Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. We concluded with public comment last night, but I failed to go through the list and call for anybody who I'd missed, and there's only one on that list, Frank Kelty. Mr. Kelty, are you with us this morning? And would you like to provide comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Do you copy me?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm testifying on behalf of myself this morning on D1 salmon bycatch. I've lived and worked in Unalaska for 50 years. I arrived in Unalaska in 1971. Unalaska was a sleepy Unungan village of 500 people. I've worked in the seafood industry in Alaska for over 30 years, plus an additional 15 years as a fishery advisor to the city of Unalaska. I also served the community as mayor for 12 years. My testimony today is on the importance of the pollock fishery to Unalaska and other fishery dependent communities of Southwest Alaska. You must remember, Unalaska's only industry is fisheries, and the pollock fishery is the most important part to the industry of Unalaska. It is the economic engine that drives the community of Unalaska and has greatly improved the quality of life in the community. All sectors of employment of the 4,700 residents revolve around the pollock fishery and other fisheries in Unalaska. This is not only the workforce that works in the seafood plants or the captains and crew members in the fleet, but the 300 plus longshoremen that work the waterfront, the road grader drivers for the city of Unalaska, the school teachers, the clerk at the Safeway store, and all the support sectors in the community that service the fleet are all dependent on the well-being of this fishery. The taxes paid by industry in fish taxes, sales tax, property taxes is of critical importance, not only to Unalaska, but to Akitan, King Cove, Sandpoint, Kodiak, and St. Paul, and to the state of Alaska and the nation. With the crash of the crab stocks, the revenue generated by the pollock fishery is increased in importance to help offset the millions of dollars in losses from the crab crash. This is a very tough issue that is of critical importance to the people of Western Alaska. We realize this, but the scientists have stated that ecosystem changes, water temperature, ocean conditions are a big part of the problem on the chum salmon returns, not just bycatch. I believe the industry will work to the best of their ability to address these issues and the way they operate to the best of their ability. Two examples: the major reduction the past few years on Chinook bycatch and last year's chum salmon bycatch were reduced by 50%. The notion that you can get to zero bycatch is an unrealistic goal. I support the committee process. I believe the council's salmon bycatch group should continue to meet and make the recommendations to the council, and I support the AP motion on this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelty. Happy holidays. Are there any questions? Don't see any questions. Thanks again, Mr. Kelty. Okay, that now concludes public comment. Is council ready for action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff. I'll wait for it to be posted.
So I have the email, but there's no attachment.
Let's go ahead and stand down for a few minutes. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Okay, council, please come back to order. I believe we have the motion ready to post. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the council initiates action to modify chum salmon bycatch management measures in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. The council directs the Salmon Bycatch Committee to develop recommendations for potential regulatory and non-regulatory chum salmon bycatch management measures, including a cap. The committee should develop alternative management measures with focus on avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon. The committee could recommend concepts or specific components of alternatives for metrics to evaluate bycatch performance, including management measures linked to abundance indices or other triggers and metrics to evaluate bycatch performance. The council will review committee recommendations following 2 additional committee meetings. The council approves the terms of reference as modified by the committee. The council supports staff providing the committee with information in response to the itemized list of requests for the next committee meeting to the extent possible. At its next meeting, the committee should review the information provided by staff and the State of Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force recommendations for Western Alaska salmon to inform its development of recommendations for management measures. With a second, I'll speak to the motion, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you. This motion is intended to be responsive to the very strong messages this council heard supporting swift action to reduce chum salmon bycatch and all salmon bycatch, and the vital cultural importance of salmon to Alaska communities. I'd like to express my appreciation to those who provided testimony to the council on this issue and have participated in this process. We heard testimony from salmon users throughout Alaska, and it is clear that recent salmon run failures have far-reaching impacts on residents and villages from the coast and along all the rivers. In response to the information provided in the discussion paper for this meeting and public comment, I'm recommending that the council initiates action to modify chum salmon bycatch management measures in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Although there are many factors driving poor Western Alaska salmon returns, bycatch in the pollock fishery is one factor that can be managed. And therefore, I believe it is appropriate for the council to commit to modifying the current chum salmon bycatch management measures in response to significant changes in the status of Western Alaska chum salmon stocks. As the state of Alaska representative, I'm very concerned about the current status of Western Alaska salmon stocks and chum salmon stocks in particular. And I think the council needs to evaluate potential management approaches for chum salmon bycatch, including a cap, which we've heard strong support for through this process and in public comment. However, I think it will be important as we go forward in this process to have realistic expectations about our ability to impact chum salmon returns through bycatch management actions. But I feel it's important we need to undertake that process. I'm recommending that the first step in this process is to task the Salmon Bycatch Committee with developing potential management actions to address chum salmon bycatch, because I believe the most effective and timely process in this council is to task you, to receive recommendations from user groups in terms of identifying the potential benefits, challenges, and trade-offs of management alternatives. I think we have a long history of experience with very well qualified and with committees that reflect the broad interests affected by a potential management action. And I have found that recommendations developed by those types of groups are more effective and durable within this process as they move through the process and can actually expedite things or help make the process more efficient rather than trying to develop management actions without the benefit of expert committee recommendations. we had a fair bit of discussion during this agenda item about the current Salmon Bycatch Committee. And as you recall, we've had one meeting thus far, and the Salmon Bycatch Committee is intended to provide a venue for open communication. And again, in my experience, some of the best products to address a challenging fisheries management problem are driven out of discussions among user groups with different perspectives that have been tasked with solving a problem. As we've been discussing through this agenda item, the current Salmon Bycatch management program is complex, and we need the knowledge and expertise of committee members to develop recommendations for modifications to our current bycatch management for chum salmon. And my recommendation is that those recommendations be focused on avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon while taking into account bycatch management programs for other species. Based on the committee's first meeting a few weeks ago, I'm confident that the committee members are committed to working collaboratively through the committee process to identify potential solutions and improve the current chum salmon bycatch management measures. During its first meeting, the Salmon Bycatch Committee largely provided introductions and perspectives on chum salmon bycatch management issues, but there were also expressions of interest in discussing potential action alternatives for the council, including a chum salmon PSC limit and modifications to the IPAs. But in my view, again, additional discussions by the committee will really help us home in on the best management alternatives that we could consider. We need to attach details to those management alternatives, and the committee is the best place to do that. Part of this motion is supporting the schedule for the committee that we discussed at the first committee meeting in terms of providing for 2 additional committee meetings prior to the April 2023 council meeting. Under the schedule, the committee recommendations would be available for the April council meeting, in which the council receives the annual reports on salmon bycatch genetics and the incentive plan agreement reports from the pollock fleet. And Mr. Chair, the third paragraph of the motion is really specific tasking to the committee in terms of the items that came out of the first committee, where I'm recommending we approve the terms of reference as modified by the committee. And I'm also recommending our support of staff providing the information requested by the committee at its first meeting, that itemized list of 9 items. And then also not wanting to forget about our initial tasking to this committee, that at its next meeting, the council recommends that the committee review the State of Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force recommendations for Western Alaska salmon to inform development of committee recommendations to the council. And Mr. Chair, I'll stop there and can answer any questions about the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Do we have any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. I noticed in the motion that you didn't indicate any dates for future committee meetings, and I assume that's because we haven't received consensus from the committee members about their availability for specific dates, and maybe, yeah, that's my question.
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. That's correct. We have, as committee co-chairs, Mr. Mesereau and I did receive really helpful feedback that if indeed the council supports additional meetings of the committee, that we should communicate with committee members as soon as possible to get those meetings on the calendar. We haven't, Mr. Mesereau and I have identified a couple potential dates, and we're working those through to compare with other meetings. And should the council choose to adopt this motion or task the committee to have additional meetings, it's my expectation that as soon as possible after that, that we would schedule those meetings with the committee to get them on the calendar.
Further questions, Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your motion, Ms. Baker. Just curious, I didn't hear you say it. Are these meetings open to the public for public comment, or is it like on a Zoom platform?
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Jensen. Yes, the first committee meeting we held was entirely virtual for committee members. And we did take public comment, and that is our intention to continue in that practice. We are talking about trying to have an in-person meeting at some point, and I haven't checked with Mr. Witherell, but in the event we are able to work that out, I'm working under the assumption that we will always have virtual participation opportunities at every committee meeting, whether it's in person or not.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yeah, it was beneficial to our process on the ABRT. So it was really nice to hear from people all over the state. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Further questions, Mr. Martin?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for putting the motion forward. I'm curious about the rationale on the time boundness. I agree there's certainly a sense of urgency that we heard yesterday and that we all feel as well around trying to address this issue as quick as possible. Curious if you and the other council members feel that 2 meetings is appropriate to achieve what we're setting out for, considering some of the recommendations that were talked about at the Salmon Bycatch Committee. And then I'm also curious if the council would entertain adding a recommendation in the motion for the Salmon Bycatch Committee to consider future work or collaboration. What I heard yesterday was a strong sense of appreciation for the inclusivity that the Salmon Bycatch Committee provides to help bring diverse stakeholders together to raise awareness around this really important issue. And I'm a little concerned or worried. I just want to support the idea of that sort of environment being promoted and encouraged by the council. So, thank you.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for the question. And I appreciate you raising that point. It is a fairly ambitious timeline to expect that after 2 additional committee meetings that we would be able to come up with recommendations in terms of management measures. However, that is the discussion that we had at the committee, recognizing the weight and import of the task in front of us. And I think that agreement that 2 additional meetings prior to the April 2023 meeting balanced the complexity of the situation and the need to develop some details around potential management actions that are best done in the committee, with a sense of urgency that we're hearing in terms of strong support for the council to actually take action on those management actions. And so that, yes, it is ambitious. I appreciate that point. And I feel like the committee recognized that, but was committed to rolling up their sleeves. And I know Mr. Mesereau and I as chairs feel the same way. With respect to the second question, in terms of the longevity of the committee or potential tasking after, I haven't put much thought into that, again, because of the urgency and the complexity of the current issue in front of us. And so I would welcome other council member input on approaching potential extension or further work by the Salmon Bycatch Committee beyond the chum salmon bycatch management measures issue.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thanks, Mr. Martin. Mr. Down?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. On your answer to Mr. Martin's question, it's not specific in here, just the 2 meetings, but it is your intention with this motion that these 2 meetings would happen and that we would be looking at those recommendations at the April meeting. I know it's tough to be specific about that, so I understand that. I just wanted to clarify, mostly for the public, that we might be making some plans if that would be the goal or the intention of this motion.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. And yes, that's correct. Our convention in this process is not to specify timing in motions because that is at the discretion of the chair and always dependent on staffing availability and things like that. But again, my intention with this motion is to put forward the recommendations from the committee for 2 additional committee meetings prior to the April 2023 council meeting, at which time the committee recommendations would be presented to the council for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I'm looking at the 3rd sentence in the 2nd paragraph. The committee could recommend concepts or specific components of alternatives, and I wonder if you could explain a little bit more about that. I'm thinking through the testimony we received on that was requesting of the council really direct tasking of the committee, balanced with some testimony that we received on it's the council's job to develop alternatives. And so if you could just explain what you're trying to maybe balance in that sentence, that would help me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. And I see I have some duplicate language in that sentence, so my apologies. So thank you for asking about that. I did struggle with whether to put this amount of specific direction in the motion, but I did hear essentially public comment and input on both sides of the issue in terms of the committee has the knowledge and expertise to best determine what regulatory and non-regulatory chum salmon bycatch management measures would be most appropriate. And so it should be the committee that develops those. But then again, I've also heard it's always helpful when the council provides some direction to a committee and to staff in terms of what ideas might be most likely to move council objectives forward. And so with this sentence, I was trying to pick up what I heard in public comment. And again, my apologies for the duplication. I heard specific recommendations that chum salmon bycatch management measures should be linked to abundance of Western Alaska chum salmon. And so I'm interested in the committee considering different abundance indices or other types of triggers with which a management measure could be linked in order to recognize and make these management measures durable, understanding that status of chum salmon stocks could change, hopefully improve in the future, and that our management measures should change accordingly. And the other component that I wanted to highlight that I heard in public testimony was that it would be important for our chum salmon bycatch management measures to have performance metrics in which we could evaluate bycatch performance. And we have those, for example, for our Chinook salmon management program, but we heard testimony that those same performance metrics to evaluate performance we don't have for chum salmon bycatch management. And I thought those were very good suggestions. And my intention with this motion is to ask the committee to consider those concepts as part of its discussion, as input that we've received through this process that seems particularly useful going forward.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that explanation. And then just a follow-up then, as I read this, if given that the urgency that you expressed and we heard expressed through testimony and the 2 meetings identified before we get recommendations, if the committee was only able to recommend the concepts that they think should go forward for analysis, that would still look like success or responsiveness to this motion. I'm just trying to weigh how specific and how detailed in 2 meetings the committee might be able to get to. So I'm just honing in on the word concept, such that if committee members had concepts specifically around a cap as identified in the first sentence, that could be put forward by the second committee meeting and the council could go from there. We wouldn't be slowed down if we didn't have very specific alternatives. That's my question. Sorry, it took me a while to get to it.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for articulating that. That is my intention, exactly how you described. As in response to Mr. Martin's question, I also wonder what level of detail the committee will be able to provide in terms of recommendations for management measures. And so I agree with you completely, Ms. Kimball. If in the time allotted, the committee is able to provide concepts that identify what the objective of the management measure is, some potential impacts that the council could consider. I think that we have, and at least it's my intention, working at ADF&G to work with our staff to maybe help flesh out some of those details as we go through the committee process. Our staff here on the council, I think, yes, if the council could recommend conceptual ideas for management measures, that certainly would be very useful to the council at the April meeting when we receive the recommendations. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
I have one more as I think about the motion that. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for responding to that. I guess I wondered if you could, and maybe this isn't quite appropriate because it's around staffing, which we usually do in staff tasking, but the wording of initiating action to me would denote that we are not just committing to the intent of looking at the recommendations of the committee, but that we're setting aside staff resources, whether it's council resources, NIMS, or Fish and Game resources to do this work. And we're making that commitment now. Am I reading too much into that first sentence? Because that's a staffing issue that I want to be aware of.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. That is my intention. I think you described very well the commitment and the resources that taking action to modify chum salmon bycatch management measures will entail. And through my participation in the Salmon Bycatch Committee and through this process here at the council in terms of public comment, it has just become apparent that the current status of Western Alaska chum salmon stocks in particular warrant an evaluation of our current chum salmon bycatch management measures. And I understand that is a significant commitment of resources. This, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, is a complex topic, and we will have to consider all facets of what it means to modify chum salmon bycatch management measures. And so, yes, that I recognize the significance of that, the resources associated in going into the first sentence that I'm proposing, and I appreciate you explaining it. I don't think you're reading too much into it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Baker, my question for you, I know the answer to, but I think it's appropriate to ask it on the record because members of the public are listening. And my question for you is, we heard in public testimony about almost equally grave concerns about the Chinook salmon run. And my understanding and my thought is that maybe you tailored this motion to address this specific issue in a certain amount of time, but that didn't mean that we didn't hear the concerns about Chinook and other species of salmon and the general condition of the river, and that at some future time, after we address this issue, that the council may be able to, or at least the committee may be able to take up additional issues that are of concern. And the fact that these concerns weren't listed in this motion seems to me that it was just to focus this motion on this problem at this time and the staff resources as well. Is that accurate?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Mesereau, that is accurate. Again, feeling like we need to balance the sense of urgency that we heard specifically related to Western Alaska chum salmon returns, and the fact that this council process is centered around specific management actions that must move through an analytical and regulatory process that's established under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. I focused this action on chum salmon bycatch management. I certainly did hear the public comment yesterday in terms of fairly long-term and continued concerns about Western Alaska Chinook salmon returns. And so, yes, while I focused on chum salmon in this particular action, and I think that is the task in front of us, that I expect that the council will continue to discuss the impacts of the pollock fishery on Chinook salmon as well, because we will need to consider the other bycatch management programs for the pollock fishery as part of this action.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further questions? Okay. Any amendments to the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a short amendment, and sorry, I didn't send it to you, Sarah, because it's just a couple of words. But it would probably help to have the motion back on the screen. Okay, so in the third paragraph on the second line, it reads, support staff providing the committee with information in response, and the new language would be inserted here. And the new language is to items 1 through 8 of, and then the sentence would continue as it's written. With a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the second. So looking at that list from the committee, we had some questions in the staff presentation about item 9 and how it might apply to this action. That's the one about fishing effects and pelagic gear. And I'm really struggling to see how that fits into this particular action. I think it's an issue that we're exploring under other council actions that are underway, like some of our crab actions and the EFH review that's due next year. And I just don't see how it fits here. And so I think if the committee in their meetings that are upcoming, if they can better explain how it might fit in, I think we can reconsider that. But at this time, I just think it's beyond the scope.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any questions on the amendment? Or amendments to the amendment? Any comments? Mr. Kirtland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the amendment. I asked a question about this when it came up earlier in the week. I certainly agree that it's an important issue to look at the effects of pelagic trawl gear on the bottom, but as I indicated at the time, didn't seem to be related to the salmon bycatch issue specifically. So I think by adopting this, we're not signaling that that's an unimportant issue, just that it doesn't fit within the scope of the action here.
Thank you, Mr. Kirtland. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little slow when you were asking for questions. I wonder if I'm not out of order. I wonder if I might, I don't have a question for Ms. Vanderhoven. She was clear on her amendment, but I do have a question for staff about that particular item. So I just wondered, Dr. Stram, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, given Ms. Vanderhoven's amendment and the discussion that we had in terms of council member interpretation of item number 9 on the information request, is what you heard consistent with your interpretation of that request? And I just wondered if you could briefly, have you had had time to think about what you would provide for that request 9?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. We haven't had much of a chance to think about 9 in particular. We started to go through the list to try to figure out in terms of timing and what would be required. But I can honestly say that we haven't given a lot of thought to 9 past what we discussed with the council yesterday, and that we could draw on, should the committee wish to have that included, we could draw on some of the analyses that were provided to you earlier at this meeting, and touch base with the EFH team if that was necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Stram. That's helpful. And this might be an obvious question, but presumably if this amendment passes, given the fairly compressed timeline we've been talking about for these committee meetings, I would anticipate that removal of number 9 and the itemized list would help staff prepare the other items that are in the list, should the council approve this motion.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, yes, depending on when the timing of the next committee meeting is, I think that we will be fairly occupied pulling together the remainder of the list.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I appreciate that.
Right, any further? Mr. Down.
Thank you. I was a little slow on the uptick too, so if I have a question, Mr. Chairman, and my question is, and maybe it's better for Dr. Stram to answer this, but I'll ask of Ms. Vanderhoven that, so I just am a little reluctant to take something out that was recommended by the committee. And so what was the history? I mean, why did this end up, if it's unrelated, then why did this end up on the list to begin with? I mean, was there some kind of discussion that there was some connection here between Sam and I? I'm a little bit with Ms. Vanderhoven that I don't see the direct connection here, but I'm curious as to why this, and then if there's no connection, why this ended up on our list of 9. Thank you.
Dr. Stram.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I am trying to recall the discussion at the committee after we had had some non-consensus discussions. My recollection of the formation of this list was to try to get down all of the ideas that were coming from the committee members that could be possible for discussion at a future meeting. So we didn't necessarily go through one by one to vote individually on consensus on all of them. We were trying to compile ideas that different committee members were putting forward. And that just happened to be one of them that one of the committee members had put forward. I'm not sure I can provide much more perspective than that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Mr. Down.
Yeah, I'm just I'm curious as to if Andy has any better, because I don't mean to put miss anybody on the spot here. I'm just somebody, if this was important to somebody, I mean, if we're going to eliminate it, I think we should speak to the why this was there. So I don't know if you concur with Dr. Stram's articulating that, if that's just a concurrence by you. Head nod is fine. So
through the chair, no, I can shed a little light on this. I think what we did was the staff was taking notes throughout the morning of our meeting, and we took a little break. And while we were taking the break, we compiled a list of everything that the staff had done and put it on the screen. And then we came back and we just sort of took any other comments from people at the table that might go on the screen. And I believe that's when it was added. I don't really recall what significance. I don't think we were arguing about if something should or shouldn't be on that list, we were just taking them all. And if the council feels that that's not relevant to the discussion, then that's the council's prerogative to remove it. And I think it's a super ambitious list of items for the staff to get done. So I think we can, if the will is to remove it, I think if it's a pressing issue and someone brings it back up at the committee, we can bring it back after the next meeting and still obtain that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess just to add to that, I was not able to listen in on the committee, but I did ask staff during their presentation about this item if it had been discussed, whether it was in the scope, and the response was that it had not been discussed at the committee meeting as to whether it was within the scope.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay, any further questions or amendments to the amendment? We've already gotten some comments on the amendment. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the amendment. I just want to make a comment in light of Ms. Baker's questions about would it help the staff in terms of being able to accomplish the task, the 8 remaining tasks that are on there. I think that that line of questioning and the answer she received convinced me that what this amendment does is appropriate to try and get the best product we can out of the remaining items that we have on the list. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I agree. I appreciate Ms. Vanderhoven's amendment. I think she did a good job speaking to it. I think also we did hear about it during the staff presentation, and there was opportunity for members of the public to bring it up during testimony and discuss the relevance to this particular action. I didn't hear that. We do have it covered under other agenda items in future council action. So I very much appreciate the amendment. Are we ready to vote? Is there, Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up with my comment earlier to Ms. Baker, kind of a question to the council on the committee considering potentially bringing a recommendation or having one of these next 2 meetings, having time for the committee to consider future gatherings of the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I know there's certainly a task at hand, right? And
Mr. Martin, are you speaking to the amendment or the?
Sorry, I
main
thought you
motion?
were done with the amendment.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there any final comments on Ms. Vanderhoven's amendment? Okay. Is there any opposition to the amendment? No opposition. The main motion is amended. Okay. Any further amendments to Ms. Baker's motion? Okay. Now we can go to comments on the main motion. Mr. Martin?
Thank you. My apologies, council. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with my question. And trying to formulate potentially an amendment to the motion. Potentially asking the Salmon Bycatch Committee to in their deliberations in the next 2 meetings to discuss the longevity of the Bycatch Committee. And my reasoning is I heard Ms. Peterson yesterday testify about the salmon bycatch work group in the late 2000s that met to discuss the same issue. I heard a lot of testimony from the public about the need for greater collaboration and communication, information sharing. And I see a lot of positive opportunity to address some of that inclusivity that we're hearing a lot of requests for, and that equitability and information and collaboration. And so, yeah, I guess I just wanted to raise that again and see if there's any other council members that have additional thoughts or can help me formulate a proposed amendment.
Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss that issue. I feel like we're a little out of bounds, even directing the number of committee meetings in a motion on an issue. We usually do that in staff tasking, and I don't think anything that's been provided here has precluded a longer term committee. But I guess I would prefer, and I'll tell you why, the language that exists on Because I just heard a lot of reservation about, a lot of positive things about the committee process, but reservation that it could languish there. And I just feel like anything additional that extends the committee, even if it's in the vein that you're speaking about, may confuse that issue, that we're looking for recommendations on this timeline in a short amount of time, whether they're specific or conceptual, in order to make quick progress on this package. And so my concern would be more in the confusion in crafting something that really is speaking about longer term, because it may extend the ability for people to think we're going to work on this through the committee for a year. And I don't think that's the intent. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question on the floor, Mr. Martin. We've had salmon bycatch committees before, and we'll probably have them again, but it seems like one of the values of being able to have a committee that adapts to specific issues is that then if the council wanted to have a standing committee, they may choose a different makeup of members as well. If we make this a standing committee as it is, there may be other members that have more expertise on other bycatch issues, other concerns. And right now we've tailored this particular committee to have in-river fishermen and a pollock fleet to address this specific issue. And so it's really a staff task or council discussion as to whether we would want to permanently continue this salmon bycatch committee or have this committee's focused on specific tasks in that region, and then have a broader salmon bycatch committee that could look at those issues in a broader area. So the thing of it is if we choose to make this a permanent committee, we've also chosen the membership, and it always becomes problematic to remove people, even if it's because we want to get different perspectives. And so sometimes from the council's operational perspective, it's easier to have a committee and reconstitute it as other issues come up. And so that's from a utility standpoint. I don't think there's any interest now in not hearing from stakeholders on these issues. This is clearly front and center for the council. And my question about additional issues that were brought up regarding Chinook salmon also signals that we're not saying that we're not looking at those issues. It's just that right now we have 3 meetings and a virtually over the holidays included, and a daunting workload along with everything else we're considering at the council. So I think the idea was to focus on this right now, see how this committee functions. If we can get collaboration and consensus, it builds a strong case for continuing this committee. If we can't reach consensus on this issue, then maybe we need to take a look at different membership at a future committee that can reach consensus, right? So this gives us a little more flexibility, not taking it up as a permanent committee at the moment.
Mr. Martin.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Mesereau and Ms. Kimball. I really appreciate the optimism there and the opportunity for future collaboration and communication, coordination around the topic, and while addressing this urgent issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay, any comments on the main motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've thought a lot about this, and I stayed awake last night thinking about, what my position on this might be. I noted, that I, along with all the other council members, I believe have, read all of the 146 written comments that were submitted before this meeting. We heard from all of the 40 people that testified in oral comments, and at the additional 10 comments that were listed under our oral comments. So, I noted the representation of hundreds of tribes from around the state of Alaska. I've also discussed this with many people on all sides of all sides of the equation, in all of the affected peoples that might feel that they've got a strong voice in what actions the council might eventually take on this. The vast majority of the comments that I heard were in favor of the council taking action by limiting bycatch in the trawl sector pollock fishery. And if this motion does pass, I think that we've met that. We've met that the council would have obviously heard from the people and taken action as they've asked us to do. I noted several oral and written comments that triggered me in a variety of ways. But I made a note as we were going along, and I was reading a lot of these are from the written comments and some of them from the oral comments as well. But I just felt it important for me to let people know that I was listening and that I heard the comments. And so I'd been noting some of these as we went through that, we are not a maximum sustainable culture, that we are salmon people, that this is the first time in life that we have felt poor, that this is affecting our bellies, that we need to consider all knowledge and all ways of knowing, that one of my favorites was the letter that was submitted by Orville as Mr. Mesereau talked, where he said, our peer review was conducted telling stories around the campfire with our father and my uncle. That we don't have wealth, we have social wealth, that these are devastating cumulative effects, 11,500 years of known factual history of fishing chum in the Yukon River. And when I looked at that, I don't think any of those comments were meant as metaphors. And so I may not align myself fully with all those comments. I'm committing to keeping an open mind, and we'll consider these when we decide if an inequity exists with the in-river peoples taking the brunt of the responsibility to conserve the salmon resource. One of the things that comes to mind to me a lot in these kind of discussions are that, our national standards do require the council and any fishery management plan to consider the best scientific information. Yeah, but I, as a council member, can vote with my own inner conscience, helping to guide me. And I believe we are each called to bring wisdom to the table. From my perspective, wisdom is the intelligence on one hand and the heart on the other. And this is likened, I thought about this, I liken it to an ensemble model where you've got optimum yield in one model, and in the other model, you have a way of life. And when you the outcome of that model properly weighted is a wise decision from the council. And I believe the balance of our national standards would align us with that belief. As we move forward, I'm going to consider this as I go forward and I will appeal to others to help move forward to meaningful council action to lower chum bycatch. Brooke Woods commented in her written and her oral testimonies of how this not having salmon on the table deprives children of amino acids, B12, phosphorus, niacin, and other nutrients that are important for brain development. I mean, this is, these were not rhetorical comments or rhetoric, from my opinion, that we've heard here, that not having fish deprives and fish camps deprives families of exercise and being outdoors and togetherness, that without that causes mood instability, anxiety, and depression. So I also noted that I think when some people hear more research or more analysis or committee formations and meetings, I sense that these are trigger words for some people. And I want to assure people as one council member, and I think I share this with a lot of other council members too, that these are just the necessary steps of whatever action we take in the future. And we have to take these steps to make sure when we make a final action on this, that it meets legal scrutiny and will stand up to, the standards that we're called to here and accomplish some real savings. Our written, my written testimony, one written testimony that I read, and we heard it a lot here, that this has a spiritual aspect to it, that it's a spiritual connection to me. And I read one of these comments that said that their belief was that when they harvest the fish, that the spirit of that fish goes into the individual. So there's, spiritual and cultural damage that is happening here. And if there's something that the council can do to help alleviate some of that, I think that I would align myself with doing what we can. I also note that we have to get this right. I'm committed as are, I believe, other council members. But we have a process, and albeit it's cumbersome and painfully slow, we have to consider all sides, economic impacts to the trawl sector, the pollock trawl sector, and a concern that I share that we don't try to do something here to improve chum salmon bycatch by lowering chum salmon bycatch and create a situation where we have higher bycatch in other things like crab and Chinook salmon. So, I hope I've made it clear that I've heard the comments. I empathize with the dire situation, and I fully intend to support a path forward to real reductions in trawl bycatch to the extent that that's possible. I also really enjoyed getting to know Miss Daisy and to read Melissa Johnson's 2 books from her children. That was, in this slogging kind of process that we go through. Those are things that make my life a little bit lighter and easier. So the council with this motion initiated action to modify chum salmon bycatch measures in the pollock fishery. And this is significantly strongly worded and a welcome movement by many for this council. And I encourage the peoples from all viewpoints and affected peoples to participate fully in the process and continue to bring their concerns to the committee members and the council. And I know that was lengthy comments, maybe more lengthy than some people would like, but those are my feelings. I felt they were important to express, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate you giving me that opportunity. And I really appreciate Ms. Baker, the motion. I do feel like it's significant. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Down, for that. You put a lot more eloquently than I was able to in my noodlings. So I'll forego that, other than to say that there's days on the council when I can see forward progress, and there's days in the council when I can just see pain and loss. And yesterday was one of the latter. I'm not clear with this motion how well it's going to work. I'm worried about the compressed time frame. Even though I have a strong belief in the committee approach to solving problems and bringing them to the council, and I appreciate the council's ownership of the committee process, I think that bodes well. I'm very concerned about the time frame. I am concerned that the way this motion's worded, it appears to sort of favor one approach of a hard cap. I have long-standing concerns with hard cap as an effective management tool. I think it often brings out the worst behavior in a fleet rather than the best behavior. And I have a firm belief that bycatch is best managed when harvesters are incentivized to be on their best behavior. So I would not if I were to have drafted this motion, I would not have emphasized cap. But I'm also, as I think everybody here already understands, I didn't offer any amendments. I'm not prepared to recraft it. I don't, at this point, want to turn this into an argument about either semantics or short-term strategy. I think instead, I have a strong belief in the power of committees properly constituted and with a clear term of reference. And I appreciate in particular, well, I appreciate both the wording of this motion around that, as well as in particular the effect of the amendment and really helping clarify terms of reference, which in this short a time period, having a clear terms of reference is essential to success. So I will support the motion. I will do what I can to support the committee co-chairs in what I view as a pretty daunting challenge to the co-chairs and to the committee. I also, like Mr. Martin, I'm sort of thinking about, okay, what comes after that? Agreed completely with the discussion about that. I think right now the important thing is to stay focused on the first task at hand. But I'll be doing a fair amount of thinking about what comes after that as well. I think the April meeting will provide us a lot of fodder for thinking about what next steps could look like beyond that. My final thought is going back to a resources issue. The council's resources and the agency's resources. This is going to be a pretty heavy lift. And again, I have some trepidation about this, but I understand the nature of the need. But in voting to accept this, I'm afraid that I'm also voting to reduce our ability as a council to accomplish some other things that I think are also very important. I don't know what impact this is going to have on our ability to move forward on a programmatic SCIS, for instance. I don't know what impact this is going to have on our ability to move forward on issues that other fleets are facing that are certainly nowhere near this in terms of the scale of importance, but still are important to efficiently managing fisheries and allowing people to make a living. So while I'm going to support this, I am concerned about the impact it'll have on our overall bandwidth. We'll have that discussion further in the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. And I appreciate your comments, including the comment about a concern about what the introduction of a cap might be. I think we heard a lot about that in public comment. I think it's important to further explore that, but I'm also appreciative of Ms. Baker's inclusion that the next sentence, it speaks to the committee should develop alternative management measures with a focus on avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon. So as the committee moves forward with these discussions regarding a cap, I very much hope that the focus on how the cap will be administered with respect to Western Alaska chum is handled in there. So I do appreciate your comments on that point. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to share some brief comments here. Again, I'd like to thank the members of the public for their extensive and thoughtful and informative testimony over the last couple of days. This, as others have stated, this council is deeply concerned about chum salmon stocks right now in Western Alaska and the impacts that it's having on traditional food access and culture for Alaska tribes and communities. Coming into this meeting, I was concerned about preempting the committee process, but I too was very compelled after testimony to support a more explicit intent to initiate action. So I'll be supporting Ms. Baker's motion. I believe giving clear direction to develop alternatives for analysis will ensure that we are indeed maximizing the efforts and the purpose of the committee. I think Ms. Baker's motion also signals that it's time to take another hard look and revisit chum management in light of salmon stock trends and runs that have been at historically low levels in recent years. This motion clearly directs the Salmon Bycatch Committee to focus on identifying both regulatory and non-regulatory ways to reduce chum bycatch in the pollock fishery. I believe that the committee, which consists of members with a high level of expertise in local and traditional knowledge and the salmon and pollock fisheries, will be the most effective way to focus subsequent council action with the intent of minimizing time-consuming reroutes of alternatives that often happens in our analytical process. While I strongly believe the urgency of the current situation with chum stocks warrants renewed attention to further reduce bycatch-related impacts on vulnerable salmon stocks right now, I also need to express some concerns about the continued complexity that we face with this issue. As we've discussed at length, chum bycatch management presents a unique challenge compared to other bycatch avoidance programs that the council's developed due to the majority of interactions comprising of hatchery fish and our limitations in run reconstructions and measuring the impacts back to Alaska runs. In addition, I think it is important to note that Chinook bycatch has been the lowest it's ever been and well below the cap. And because that remains a priority, I think moving forward, we need to be careful not to compromise existing avoidance measures. These are not new struggles, of course, and something that the council has really pondered for a number of years. And I'm not by any means suggesting that they're insurmountable right now, but I do think it'll take some creative thinking and particularly when designing alternatives, including a cap for the program, to ensure that our direction is focused on Alaska runs in particular and considering all of these complex factors. So this also underscores, I think, the importance of the committee process. This work is going to take a lot of collaboration and staff time, and I'd like to thank everyone in advance for these efforts. And I'll really look forward to receiving recommendations, and we'll be tracking the committee's progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the work of Ms. Baker on the motion and Ms. Baker and Mr. Mesereau in co-chairing the Salmon Bycatch Committee and the members of that committee for their willingness to participate. I also greatly appreciate the public testimony we received, particularly from people in the Alaska Native community who took the initiative to participate in the council process, even though that can be challenging, and who have spoken so eloquently about the profound ways in which the salmon declines are affecting Western Alaska communities. I'll be supporting this motion. I want to acknowledge that many members of the public are anxious to see more progress in reducing salmon bycatch and would like to see us proceed immediately to develop a chum salmon bycatch cap and perhaps other measures. The evolution of management measures under the Magnuson-Stevens Act inherently involves a really complex process of balancing different considerations, issues that are all important, and careful consideration of trade-offs and consequences. In this case, of course, the goal of achieving optimum yield in the pollock fisheries doesn't mean we do so without regard to bycatch or at the expense of Western Alaska communities, but rather that the council must balance these things in accordance with National Standards 1, 8, and 9 under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So keeping in mind the goal to achieve optimum yield from the fisheries while also accounting for effects on communities and minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable. Involving stakeholders more directly in that process and having a committee work through difficult issues takes time, but as others have stated here, my view is that it's likely to lead to a better outcome that has more support than something pushed through without that type of process. But we're also setting time bounds here for the committee's work, and that's important to make sure we get answers soon. So that's appropriate. The council formed the Salmon Bycatch Committee specifically in response to requests from Western Alaska stakeholders at our June meeting, who asked the council to collaborate with Western Alaska salmon users by forming a working group of tribal members, scientists, industry representatives, and other experts to discuss these issues and help identify durable solutions. And the council listened and formed such a committee, and the committee appears to have started on a very positive track. So I think we all recognize that lasting solutions are best developed through collaboration amongst affected parties. Those discussions inevitably take some time to work through or work towards mutual understanding about the challenges and potential solutions. So again, I support this motion and look forward to us continuing to make progress together on these very challenging issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I maybe align myself with the last two council members' comments. I thank Ms. Baker for this motion. I really came into the meeting thinking that responding to the committee's request for additional information was the appropriate path forward at this time. But in listening to much of the committee meeting itself and reading the report, that definitely seemed appropriate. But after listening to all the testimony, both in-river salmon fishermen, tribal representatives, and the Alaska communities dependent on both pollock and salmon and the pollock fishery, I mean, it does make me support initiating action at this time. And I, as explained through my question, I guess getting that commitment in both intent and staff resources, that is what's needed to make this happen. And I hear and respect the hesitation from others. I think it's one of the strongest parts of this motion, because I do think this means a real choice in potentially not doing other actions that may come before this council. And I'm recognizing and supporting that choice. I also appreciate the committee and all the members and the two committee chairs. And I want to respect the two committee meetings that they requested to expedite, I think, the process of developing alternatives that meet the intent. I hear Mr. Twite's reservations about that time frame, but I expect the council would be able to take those recommendations, fill those out, hear other ideas through testimony like we always do through our process, and make quicker progress there. I also hear and recognize some hesitation about the explicit direction this motion provides to the committee to develop management measures that include a cap. But I appreciate that it lists both regulatory, which is a cap, and non-regulatory measures. And I think that's a good approach, in part because we do know a cap is a course tool that can meet some objectives, but we have other tools like incentive plan requirements, time and area closures, that help the industry stay well under a cap, but also are the best way that we can adapt to changes either in the component of coastal Western Alaska salmon or changes to where they are in space and time in the Bering Sea. We need all of those tools. I think it's important that we had the paper and the committee report and the information that's come forward thus far. If we really want to reduce bycatch on the component of those salmon that we care about, those destined for coastal Western Alaska, middle upper Yukon, we need to be thoughtful in our development of alternatives, not just so they're consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as Mr. Kurland so well put, but so it actually has a meaningful effect. I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support the motion, and I guess my sentiments were largely reflected from Mr. Kurland and Ms. Kimball at the end here. I think we have a challenge in front of us to get this done, and I think we'll get a really good idea of how well this committee functions between now and March. And when I say function, I mean committee members showing up, ready to collaborate with one another and try to sort this out, and not just stay in their corners and talk at each other, but talk to each other. And that's what I'm hoping will happen. I feel like this motion is consistent with the recommendations of the first meeting from the Salmon Bycatch Committee. We brought this issue up as far as a timeline goes. There was a vote. People expressed their opinion. There was a single opposing vote to doing this, one that wanted action at this meeting. The rest realized that we would probably get a better product by taking a little bit more deliberative approach. This is still a fast timeline by any council standards to do something of this complexity, but it'll just give us a minute to let people work together and sit down at the table and try to figure out the best path forward, particularly for the reasons that Ms. Kimball noted regarding a chum cap in and of itself is not an effective tool. It's all the pieces around a chum cap that will allow the fleet to continue to operate and allow the fleet to avoid Alaska origin chum salmon. Just a chum cap could result in less hatchery chums being caught. And what we really want to do is tailor something that will make sure that if we're going to consider a cap, that we consider one that provides the benefit of putting more Western Alaska salmon back in those rivers. It's a really important component that goes with any sort of a salmon bycatch management plan. And I think that it would be a combination of things that would get there. IPAs, perhaps performance standards, a chum cap altogether. That's what's worked well for Chinook salmon. And so hopefully we'll be able to roll our sleeves up and put our time in and put something together that we can all get behind as a path forward. I think that this motion, it very clearly signals the council's commitment to modify chum salmon bycatch management measures in the very near future, which I think is responsive to the comments that we heard from the public. And I think it's a thoughtful way to go forward. I guess finally, I wanted to thank the staff and particularly, appreciated the thoughtful and compelling public testimony. And, I think one more thing is just I wanted to acknowledge the sacrifice of traveling here to make public comments from remote regions of Alaska. I've traveled out to Western Alaska, Mountain Village and Kotlik at this time of year and Gembel. And it is a daunting task to travel through Western Alaska in the wintertime. And there were people that came from places like Eagle that are a long way away and very cold and made this trip for 6 minutes of testimony. And I guess I just wanted to state my appreciation for that kind of dedication, because that's a huge expense and it's a bunch of time and it's dangerous. So appreciate people doing that. And I also appreciate the time that tribal members have devoted to try to understand this issue and share their perspectives outside this process. I've received numerous emails and correspondence with people trying to convey their position on this outside this meeting. So I plan to continue to work hard with the staff, the co-chair, Ms. Baker, and committee members over the next 4 months to help turn these concerns into well thought out alternatives for the council to consider in the spring before the start of another subsistence fishing season. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, and thanks to both you and Mr. Down for highlighting what we heard in public comment and what it takes to get here to provide that comment. I think that's an absolutely critical component of what we're doing here. And Mr. Down, I do appreciate you highlighting a number of the comments that you heard and that we all heard yesterday through testimony. Absolutely compelling and heartfelt. So thank you for doing that. Further comments on the motion? I don't have a whole lot to add other than to say that I'll be supporting the motion. I do very much appreciate the motion, Ms. Baker. I think it's the proper balance of what we heard in public testimony and what we can practically do to move forward. I appreciate you and Mr. Mesereau's work on the committee. It looks like a short motion. There's a lot there. There's a lot of work ahead, and as Mr. Mesereau said, there's going to be quite a bit of rolling up the sleeves to accomplish what's encapsulated here. Again, I do very much appreciate the focus on avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon. I think that's a critical aspect here, and it's been spoken to before and will be spoken to again. But that's why we're here. We also heard testimony from a CDQ representative yesterday speaking about the importance of pollock fishing to Western Alaska communities. There's 30,000 members, residents of Alaska who are represented by CDQ communities, and without pollock fishing, most of the benefits of the CDQ program wouldn't be there. So I think it would be a real disservice to protect Asian hatchery fish and harm the CDQ program in the process. So I think that focus on Western Alaska chum salmon is going to be a critical focus for the committee going forward. But just thanks again for all of the work from committee members, from public testifiers, from staff, and Ms. Baker and Mr. Mesereau in leading this forward in the future with your fellow committee members. Is there, Mr. Jensen?
I don't have much to add from comments from the other board member or council members. I do support this. I recommend looking at the ABRT report. There was some pretty good recommendations for both management and research developed during our 12-month-long process. We did cover all aspects of bycatch, or tried to, and we did take public comments every meeting we had. We had 40 some meetings. So we learned a lot, and it's all embedded in the document that was published recently for the governor, and also the ABRT website does have all the different presentations along with video and question and comments from the staff and everybody that participated. So it's a pretty interesting process. I'm not trying to look for credit for it. It was a good process, and likewise, this one will be a good process. So it brings out a lot of stuff, and also like to thank the public for their input. This is a public process, and we do use what you say and take it serious. So we will be, that's a big part of this whole process. So we appreciate all your comments. I did read the 146 comment letters, and I got a lot out of that. Like Mr. Down said, it's very important. So I'll be voting in support of this motion. I thank Ms. Baker and Andy for being on the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, and thank you for your work with the task force and all the members. Looking forward to hearing the committee's review of what the work that you've done there. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. A few of the comments around the council table, particularly Mr. Curlin's, made me realize that I forgot to recognize and thank the pollock fishery sectors that provided us with reports during this agenda item on implementing voluntary measures in the 2023 season. I think from my perspective, I very much appreciated those reports, and I know that some pollock fishery representatives worked to notify us at ADF&G through the 2022 season in terms of bycatch performance related to not just chum salmon, but other species as well. And I just really appreciate and encourage continued work on those, and just wanted to get that in this discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any last comments? We can go to a vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? If none, the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence, the council. There's one other issue that I wasn't sure when to bring up, and it seems like after we voted would be an appropriate time. I feel like from my communication with various Western Alaska tribal members, representatives, and the public in general, that there may be some misunderstanding about how our federal fishery management process works in terms of the amount of time it takes, the amount of time we need to look at these documents, and then what the next steps are. And while we haven't provided any specific direction for generating a document, I think it would be helpful, first of all, to take the council generated infographic that explains the council process from a discussion paper like we reviewed today to direction towards an initial review, towards final action, and then towards the regulatory process that the agency has, so that the public can really understand that it takes a long time for us to turn a discussion like this into a document and then into a law. And I think that is really important for people that are asking for urgency from this council to know that these times that it takes and the path that we do to form regulations are contained within a pretty strict legal boundary, and there's not a lot of flexibility for that. And I think if people understand that and the amount of time that's involved, it'll be helpful, a helpful form of communication so that it isn't perceived that we're moving slowly by intention, but by legal requirement. And so I don't know if it's appropriate to go through those stages now or to post that on the webs, on the salmon bycatch website, or both. I would leave that to the discretion of Mr. Witherall or the council, but I think it's an important piece that will help in our outreach and communication to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In anticipation of some questions about this, I have added, had the staff add two new attachments to the D1E agenda. That includes the council process and timeline handouts and the timelines for amending our FMPs and regulations. And that one in particular will describe what the different steps and in general, the amount of time it takes to, from the time the council starts moving on a motion to the time that it could potentially be implemented. And normally it takes at least 2 years to get a package through from the idea all the way through to implementation. That depends on the complexity of the package that gets analyzed. Timing does.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. I know that's not really what people probably want to hear at this point, but I think that it's an important thing to put out there in the public and let people know this is the process that we work under for every issue. And while that isn't necessarily what people want to hear, I think that it also lends itself to motivate the committee members to work together with each other to try to improve the performance of the Pollock fleet between now and then. And I think that the Pollock fleet intends to modify their behavior a little bit more. And I think having that sort of dialogue during our committee will be helpful, because what's going to end up happening is people are going to be depending on the good behavior of the Pollock fleet to try to put a few more salmon in the river before we ever get to, before this ever really gets fleshed out. And so it's important to have that sort of collaborative relationship in the future to try to deal with the immediacy of this issue, despite this timeline that we're looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Okay. Anything else?
And thank you for doing that. You read my mind, Mr. Witherall.
All right. Anything further under this agenda item? Okay. Thanks again. Thank you, Ms. Baker, and thanks to everybody who participated to make this happen today. Let's go ahead and take our morning break here and come back in 15 minutes. So around 9:50, 9:55. Council, please come to order. We are ready to move into staff tasking. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be working for the most part from the staff tasking action memo. But I will note that we've attached our normal updated committee list. And at the end of the meeting, you'll be announcing appointments for the advisory panel, SSC, Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee, and a plan team appointment. We also include our standard staff one-page briefing so that the public knows what staff are working on, have which expertise on which items. So that's helpful, I think, for the public. We also have posted updates on the groundfish work plan from the last meeting to this meeting. I've also included an updated 3-meeting outlook that we put together after our staff huddle with Fish and Game and NIMS staff, regional office staff. And I've included an update on the staffing assessment of council projects relative to the NIMS priorities that you heard about at the last meeting. In the action memo, we've included a list of various meetings, committee meetings, et cetera, that will occur between now and the February council meeting. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And I'm going to turn your attention to the updated 3-meeting outlook. And that's posted as 3-meeting outlook during meeting under the agenda. I'm going to have to put on my legendary captain's disguise kit so that I can read my notes. So looking at the February council meeting, you note that the first thing is we have a AP new member training. And if you remember last year, there was interest in having a separate training session for new council members. And so our staff has been working with the leadership and the AP to develop a special training session to occur the day before their meeting. The other items here I'd like to point out is under the Fish and Game report, you'll hear the report from the Alaska Bycatch Task Force in more detail than you have at this meeting, as well as receiving the every 10-year CDQ report that's required by the Magnuson Act, if that's completed in time. We scheduled the SSC workshop on environmental change occurring in the Northern Bering Sea and Chukchi Sea, and talk about some of the management changes that might be needed. We have Norton Sound king crab specifications, and in that plan team report, the team plans to address all of those items that you asked the teams to discuss, the crab plan team to discuss relative to closure areas and PSC limits. And you're scheduled to take final action on the snow crab rebuilding plan. We have a few other items under reporting and monitoring. You'll get the discussion paper on the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab Facility use cap, and you'll plan to take initial final action on the Area 4 vessel use caps, which is the interim measure that would expire in 2027 without being renewed or modified. And so if you look in the 3-meeting, the batter's box, you'll note that we've included initial review for 2026. There are a number of science reports, including the EFH 5-year review, the Climate Change Task Force Readiness Synthesis Work Plan, Programmatic Work Plan, and an Ecosystem Committee report that will probably touch on all of those items. Looking ahead to April, I see a packed agenda there already, including the scallops safe, standard scallop safe, and the initial review of having the multi-year specifications for scallops. We also have tentatively scheduled the Amendment 80 program and allocation review package for April, pending staff availability. Final action on the turbot and longline pots. I think we're probably going to need 2 days to address salmon issues. And we have a final action scheduled for Cook Inlet salmon, and I think we'll probably try and get an SSC review of that, just to make sure that it's all up to snuff before it goes out to the secretary. We should receive the final climate change task force report and a report from the local knowledge, traditional knowledge subsistence task force. And I passed over it earlier, but I did want to highlight that we have scheduled the Alaska Native Governance Protocols training with the First Alaskan Institute for the SSC and the AP at the beginning of their meetings in April. Looking ahead to the June meeting, all we know at this point is there are specs and some other items relative to observer annual report and the cost efficiency paper that should be completed by then, including a PCF map report on that. And we've scheduled, tentatively scheduled the analysis of the Bristol Bay Red King Crab closure areas analysis that you tasked at this meeting. And you'll note that I haven't moved up too many items from the batter's box into June yet. We might have some more discussion on that relative to your priorities and what you hear from testimony. The other thing I want to take a look at, Mr. Chairman, is the what we consider a preliminary schedule for the upcoming February meeting. And you'll notice that we have a workshop scheduled in the SSC for a day and a half, where they're going to talk about, like I said earlier, the Northern Bering Sea and Chukchi Sea changing, environmental changes, and what to do about that. And the idea is that the second half of the second day of the workshop would be a discussion of management measures potentially. And I would invite council members to attend that portion of the SSC workshop. It might be kind of interesting to council members. We're also, if there's time available, planning to pause the advisory panel meeting so that they can also attend that portion of the workshop.
Mr. Witherell, Mr. Misery has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would be February 8th would be the date of the workshop that it might be beneficial to have council members to attend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And looking forward on the schedule, as I said, earlier we have the crab plan team is planning to review those items that you identified for discussion. And so we didn't know that before we drafted this schedule, so that's probably going to take some more time, and we'll have to adjust as necessary. We have an executive session scheduled for Friday afternoon where you review the nominations for the Alaska Tribal Representative seat on the AP. And that's what I have to present under staff tasking for you, Mr. Chairman. I can certainly try to answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. I have a couple of questions. The first one related to your last comment about the crab plan team agenda. I'm sorry, I just haven't been tracking that since the council passed the motion at this meeting and what was already scheduled for the crab plan team in January. Can you just run through what you're looking at there, please?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I'll take a shot at it. And if I get it wrong, I'm sure that Sarah Ryan-Smith could jump up to the table and answer for me. But the crab plan team typically sets the catch specifications for Norton Sound king crab at the February council meeting. And at this meeting, you requested the crab plan team discuss several items and provide feedback relative to efficacy and ability to identify areas static or dynamic for closures for snow crab, assigning the crab PSC limit boundaries with the management area for snow crab, removing the trawl crab PSC floor limits for Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab, updating the trawl PSC limits based on the status of crab stocks and establishing PSC limits for non-trawl fisheries. And you've also asked to form a work group to look at ways to estimate the magnitude of unobserved mortality. I'm not sure if that's a crab plan team function or if the crab plan team will review that, or if that's going to be a separate work group report for February or a later meeting. I don't know that. I haven't had a chance to sit down with staff yet. Did I get that right, Ms. Mindsmith?
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, yes, you did. I just will note there's also the modeling workshop that's a pre-existing workshop at the crab plan team for our January meeting, and we are beginning the initial steps in scoping for the simpler modeling workshop to come at a later date. We have not addressed the unobserved mortality workshop or working group. I imagine that'll come a little bit later in the year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Witherell, Ms. Ryan-Smith. That was really helpful. I was thinking of the modeling workshop and then the work that was already planned prior to the additional requests that the council made of the crab plan team, and appreciate you thinking about how to work those in, given obviously time constraints among crab plan team members, which we very much appreciate. Thanks.
Ms. Baker.
Different topic, if this is the time, Mr. Chair. I did want to ask Mr. Witherell about, you mentioned you did not really move much of anything out of what we call the batter's box on the in-meeting, 3-meeting outlook. And there was an advisory panel recommendation for the council to prioritize the crab sea share recent participation requirements action that was initiated, I believe, in June of this year. And I just wanted to perhaps ask if we could get a brief reminder of, I believe that is, and we initiated action to look at a way to address through our normal process the current requirements for active participation requirements for holders of sea share, quota share, with which there was a short-term emergency rule to address some of, to suspend, if you will, some of those recent participation requirements due to COVID and some challenges in participating in the fishery. But it was brought to my attention that in essence, much like the Area 4 vessel use caps action that we're looking at, the council had initiated a longer term fix, if you will, for this crab sea share participation requirement issue. And I just wondered, I guess I'm just expressing interest in that. And if staff had a chance to talk about potential resources available to focus on that, should the council identify it as a priority?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker. I recognize that it seems to be an emergency, given that there are deadlines for having sea shareholders participate in a crab fishery, or depending on whether or not they were initial issuee or bought into the program. And so time is of the essence, and I really can't discuss, I don't know enough about it to discuss the analytical needs for that. I'm sure our staff could probably do most of it, but there might be some help needed from the regional office staff, RAM staff, or others to get a package together for, say, April or June.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witherell, thank you. I just wanted to ask about that, and we may get public testimony on that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Yeah, two items. First, I on the outline for the crab planting meeting that Mr. Witherall outlined, and the separation of the issues that were listed there, I think came directly out of our motion at this meeting, and I appreciate that. And Ms. Ryan-Smith's pointing out that the workshop on unobserved mortality would is still yet to be, we don't know for sure when that would be scheduled. I just wanted to note that to me, listening to that, it does seem to meet the intent of the motion that was made here and the council approved at this meeting. So I appreciate that, Mr. Witherall. The second thing in following up with Ms. Baker's questions, we've got quite a few items in the batter's box. I think we'll hear some public testimony as on a few of these issues. It looks to me that February and April are quite full, but there might be some room in June to do a few things. But I'm interested in, and I think it's appropriate now to ask rather than after the public comment. But currently, what are we thinking might be the possibilities? I'm looking at the small sablefish release initial review, and I know that that's an important issue from some people. I'm not saying that that's a priority over other issues, but it's an important issue to a group of people. And so where are we at with being able to get that schedule? I just note that's an item that's been in our batter's box for quite a while, and we continue to get public testimony that we'd like to see that scheduled at sometimes. I'm just wondering what the relative prioritization should be, some things that we should think about in the batter's box items.
Mr. Witherell.
Mr. Chairman, back in 2021, if I remember correctly, this initial review package was set aside because there were some uncertainty associated with determining the appropriate discard mortality rate that would factor into and create a lot of uncertainties for doing the stock assessment and how productive the stock is and what ABC might be, for example. And there's a lot of effects there. There are also uncertainties associated with the catch. A lot of that fleet is unobserved. And we wouldn't know with certainty what the size and age structure of the population that we harvested versus discarded might be, and creating further uncertainties. And so there are several other issues that were left unresolved in that package. And I think our staff could probably address some of those issues, perhaps with the help from Science Center folks, if they're available. There are going to be questions that the regional office will have to help address. For example, how catch accounting might deal with the discards and other issues associated with that. So I think we could bring together something, really a status report with updates where we can provide updates for perhaps June at the earliest. But it won't be at the stage of initial review package, I don't think, without the assistance from the regional office staff. And we've heard that they won't have any availability for quite some time.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, just to add into that, I think it's more than just the catch accounting folks. My understanding is observer program folks would need to weigh in on this, the stock assessment folks, given the implications with the discard mortality rate, as you hinted. So there's a fair amount that would need to go into this. And of course, that brings up workload trade-offs. If we're going to prioritize this, that's going to come at the expense of other things.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Down.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherall, so I take it that council staff is not the issue here. It's the issues that respectfully that Mr. Kurland outlined that is the difficulty. So was your suggestion that we receive a update of sorts in June on this on this issue since it's been there a long time? We receive an update of some kind in June on where we're at with this? Is that what I heard? I just don't want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Witherall, but I think that's what you said, and that would, I think, be very appropriate from my perspective based on that, but I want to make sure that that's what your intent was.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dowd. Our Sea Grant Fellow Clay McKean has done some work and looked at the old analyses and identified some of the areas that need more attention. And that's what I was getting at, is our staff certainly could put together something to discuss, so at least you knew where you could, where the information was available and what was still needed for the next step to get it to an initial review package. That's, so I have some staff that could pull together something for June, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Thank you very much. Pending public comment, I may want to return to this, but I think going much further down this path before we've heard public comment is probably appropriate to do public comment and circle back to this, but I appreciate those clarifications ahead of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Anything further for Mr. Witherell? Sorry, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if this has been addressed in the past, but I just caught it. Putting April dates on my calendar. Easter next year is April 9th, right over the weekend that we're scheduled to meet. And it's probably too late to do much about that, but it may be something to consider as we're laying out the schedule for that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Vanderhoven, as you know, we try to juggle that April meeting around the Pacific Council meeting as well. So there's probably a reason why that week was open.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the heavy April agenda, and I wondered, Mr. Witherell, if you could comment on kind of how much time you're thinking for some of those other items at the bottom. They seem like some of those final reports, as we've been given progress reports, may have been taking less time than a final report might on our agenda. So maybe we'll get public testimony on that, but if there's opportunity to move some of those to June if needed to give them their due space on an agenda, I guess I'm stating my early preference for that than rushing through those items.
As Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I concur. The agenda does seem packed. I think you're going to get a lot based on the testimony we had at this meeting. I would anticipate at least 2 days on salmon issues in April, and that limits the time available for all those other actions. So that I will take that certainly under consideration. Good suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further? All right, if there's nothing further for Mr. Witherell, we can take our advisory panel report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Do you have me?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Great. Good morning, members of the council and the public. We had 3 motions that were presented in staff tasking from the AP, and I'll start with the first one. It's in line with the discussion you just had. The AP recommends the council ask staff to revise the small sablefish release document to include, as appropriate, the analysis provided by Dr. Kanucky and the added uncertainty associated with allowing the release of small sablefish in the context of existing uncertainty in the stock assessment process. And that passed unanimously, and I'll pause for questions.
I don't see any questions.
All right, thank you. Moving on, this was also brought up in your conversation, and we appreciate that. The AP recommends that the council prioritize the analysis of the regulation for the sea share participation requirements that was passed as an emergency rule and will expire before the next IFQ issuance, at which time many crew may lose their quota shares. And that also passed unanimously.
No questions on that either.
All right, thank you. And the last motion. well, The AP recommends the council ask staff to initiate a discussion paper exploring the removals and impacts of halibut mortality in IPHC areas 2C and 3A in the unguided rental boat sector. Also passed unanimously.
Mr. Mesro has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for your information. Was there any discussion at the AP regarding the fact that we've tried to do this two other times? We have two discussion papers that the AP and council have reviewed in the last few years about this issue. Was there any discussion about that, or was that motion made without talking about that?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesro, for the question. That was discussed, and there was some public testimony that addressed the previous lift on that and how we were unable to, I think the biggest issue was defining the type of, what an unguided vessel is, I think was a big one. So we did touch on it, but I think overall the discussion and the testimony that we heard talked more heavily of the long-term impacts, as we're seeing this as a highly growing sector, especially in the last 2 years. So we think that it's been elevated in its effect potentially on the stock because we're seeing so many more of these vessels in the waters.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question about this particular motion. I'm not familiar with the work that occurred before that Mr. Mesro mentioned, but my impression from listening to some of the discussions we had earlier about unguided rental boats that I'm concerned even at this point, we don't even know who they are. It sounded as though there was a lot of uncertainty about even the ability to know how many there are, who they are, where they are. I may have the wrong impression, but has that been discussed before?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I cannot speak heavily as to the discussion previously, but in our discussion this week at the advisory panel, as I mentioned, it was touched upon that this is becoming a growing sector, and a lot of the lodge operations that offer guided charters are also switching to this as an alternative as well, so they can offer both because people have a different harvest control, a harvest allocation unguided versus guided. So they're offering this as an option for some of their clientele.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public or our advisory panel report, and we can go to public comment. Looks like we have 12 signed up to testify. First up will be Paul Clampett, then Michael Offerman, and then Craig Lowenberg. Good morning, Mr. Clampett.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Keenan. For the record, I'm Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sable Fish and Halibut Pot Association, and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. We would like to see the issue of small sablefish release moved from the so-called batter's box to one of the next items on the council agenda. We appreciate your patience on this issue. We've been lobbying for this for, I think, since the beginning of allowing pots, and we know your staff has a lot to do, but this is an important issue for our fleet. We think this should be a fairly easy issue to deal with. It's been looked at already, and we've hired some statisticians. Mr. Kanucky, he's gave a detailed report about what the consequences for this would be, and everything seems to definitely look like it'd be beneficial for the stock to allow us to release these small sablefish. We believe it's a conservation issue. When IFQs were first implemented, full retention seemed to be a good idea, but with the explosion of these new year classes, and there's been signs of another one in 2019, these new year classes in this fishery, we are being inundated with small fish that are uneconomical to harvest. They need to be returned to the sea, allowing them to grow up and spawn and then be harvested at a size that is valuable to the market. Full retention of sablefish is wasteful in the fixed gear fishery. We use escape rings and determine an optical soak time for our pots to get the most out of our bait and to allow small fish to escape. The problem is that these small fish do not want out of our pots, they want in. And the issue is when we hit pockets of large amounts of small fish, they fill these pots. And escape rings sound like a great idea, and we do use them, but you know, you'd be surprised at how big a fish can stick his head into one of these rings and absolutely plug it. They're stuck in their gill, and now these rings are they're plugged and nothing gets out of the pot. And we've worked with a bigger mesh on the bottom of the pot, so hopefully that the fish would fall through maybe, and you know, we'd sort them that way. But they get gilled in the bottom of the net, and then you know, nothing's escaping that way either. The best thing to do is just to toss them overboard. They're in that pot. It's like an aquarium. I mean, they're swimming around happy as hell until that pot reached the surface, and now they want out. Anyway, numerous studies show that the discard mortality rate of these fish is between the high 80s and 90%. We received some pushback in our request to allow us to release these fish from the National Fisheries Service. And in their pushback, it was suggested that this discard mortality rate could be higher. But you got to realize that status quo right now, 100% die. If we're supposed to keep all of them are dead. So we were shocked by this assertion because there's no published studies suggesting this. Our organization, in partnership with the Fishing Vessel Owners Association and the Deep Sea Fishermen's Union, hired a statistician that took the NMFS data and looked at what the effect of releasing small sailfish would be on spawning biomass. Well, what was found is that releasing these fish will improve spawning biomass. And we've given you these studies. These studies also show that the fear of excess high grading is unfounded. It is expensive to get a boat and a crew on the water, and it makes no economic sense to only harvest very large fish. These studies have been supplied to the council. Also, if you want to know what the consequence of releasing small fish, sablefish will be, all you have to do is look what's gone on at the Pacific coast and inside waters of Alaska and Canada. There is no penalty for releasing small sablefish off the Pacific coast of Washington, Oregon, California. And those quotas are going up 28% next year. So this fishery is exploding throughout the Pacific, the North Pacific. And also after this new 60% increase in the Bering Sea, we believe it's even more important to allow the release of small sablefish. We want to see some of those small fish grow up to be economical and move into the Gulf of Alaska. All our fisheries depend on those fish in the Bering Sea moving east. Also, on another issue, our costs are way up. The National Fisheries Service showed that our net income had gone up this year, but I have a hard time believing that. I mean, when you compare it to the cost of operating a boat, I mean, we just bought 9 gallons of paint for $2,000. It is incredible. I mean, the cost of fuel, the cost of food, cost of bait, everything is going through the roof. If we can release these fish and gain a 10% increase in value, which the Kanucky study shows would definitely happen, that would cover the costs of inflation. So this is the people that are suffering from these costs is our crew. Also, there's the concern about observer coverage. Well, we have 15% observer coverage right now, and I used to be an observer. Yeah, that's how I got started in fishing. And you know, it's nothing, you know, we're going to take a basket sample of what these discards are. We weigh them and here's an average. And this can be extrapolated throughout the fleet. I mean, I find it, I mean, with all the, scrutiny on our fleet, I don't see how it would be hard to discover what discard mortality rate is and what the discards are. So I will I see my time's up. I'll conclude with that. I really appreciate your time and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Clampett. So my question is on the estimates of discards. You touched on that in your testimony that you could do basket samples and things. But what's the percentage of observer coverage in the pot fleet that you represent?
Well, it's 15%. Last year on the Augustine, we had 100% coverage. Some quirk of the roll of the dice, we were covered on every trip. This year we were covered on half our trips. So it's, pretty easy to discover what the discards would be.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clampett. When this was initially brought up several years ago, I think I sort of expressed concern that council moving in the direction of increasing discards seemed to me to be a really sort of difficult precedent. But since then, it seems like our hand's been forced at least a couple times because of these monster sablefish year classes and some of the different sectors all having sort of different versions of this problem you're describing. But I guess I'd still like to throw that back to you a little bit about this concern that I think I've had and others have had about just taking action that would increase discards when we're trying overall to move towards a full retention set of fisheries.
Well, it's like I said in the beginning of my statement, through the chair, sorry. Like I said in the beginning, that Mr. Twite, it sounds like a good idea to have full retention, but our discard mortality rate by all studies is between 80 and 90%. So in actuality, full retention in this industry, in the fixed gear fleets, especially the pot where you don't even have a hook mark on the fish, it's wasteful. It's wasteful to keep these small fish. Let them go, let them grow up, let them become valuable, and let them spawn. This is the way all other sablefish fisheries besides outside water Alaska is managed. It's well recognized that this is the right thing to do. And I gotta, this is not, I'm gonna say something here that could be assumed as a cut against the trawl industry. It's not. I'm not trying to hammer the trawl industry here. I'm just saying that the scientists, when a couple of years ago, when the trawl industry discarded 7 million pounds of fish because they hit their cap and they had to let them go, the scientists said that it was de minimis. That 7 million pounds wasn't even worth looking at. And I take them at their word. So we're not anywhere near that kind of level of discard in this fleet. So I don't see what the concern is, especially since most of them live.
Thanks, Mr. Clampett. And in the latter part of your remarks, you got it, kind of this second point of my question. So I really appreciate that. And I think, at least I hear, just as a comment, I hear what you said there more as just a look, let's treat all of us the same. All the different gears the same in terms of this problem. And I think that appreciate that argument. The second question I have then is about are there complications that you can think of in terms of the pot boats that use EM? I mean, I think the solution that you described sounds workable for pot boats that have human observers, but for pot boats that are using EM for monitoring, how would you handle getting the average weight and being able to convert it?
Well, through the chair, thank you very much. I don't know why you couldn't. I mean, first off, they're going to have a count. And second, we're all catching the same fish. So I don't see why you couldn't, use the data that you got from the human observers to extrapolate onto that EM boats.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Clampett? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Michael Offerman. Looks like Mr. Offerman is supposed to be testifying in person. Is he online? Okay. We can move ahead to Craig Lowenberg.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, for the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. The BSPCC is a is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization, as well as the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. As I've testified for the past several years, the pot cod fleet needs a rationalization program to best deal with not only the bycatch and sustainability issues, but safety as well. The majority of stakeholders are in favor of a rationalized fishery and have been asking the council to take action for quite some time now. We've heard extensive discussion under the crab agenda items about the perceived detrimental effects of the pot cod fleet is having on red king crab. And we know from past rationalization programs how effective they can be on bycatch reduction. I believe the freezer longliners saw an approximate 80% reduction in bycatch. The Pollock and Amendment 80 fleets had similar results. The lack of swift, meaningful action to protect crab is disturbing to me. For at least the last 15 years, the council's advisory bodies have been raising concerns, and yet the can seems to continue to be kicked down the road. Rationalization is an obvious solution here to protect crab. The recently reviewed ground fish management policy did a great job of outlining the justification for this action as well, i.e. prevent overfishing, promote sustainable fisheries and communities, manage incidental catch, reduce bycatch and waste, avoid impacts to marine mammals, reduce and avoid impacts to habitat, promote equitable and efficient use of fishery resources, improve data quality, monitoring, and enforcement. Additionally, the purpose and needs statement for the recently rationalized peacock trawl catcher vessel fishery directly aligns with the issues in our sector. The need and justification for this action is apparent, yet still no action. However, I am encouraged by the recently released Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force final report, which includes a recommendation that reads in part, recommend a rationalization program for the 60-foot and greater pot cod vessels as a way to manage bycatch. This is the clear answer and path forward. In closing, Mr. Chairman, we encourage the state of Alaska to make rationalization of this sector a priority and the council to take action to add this issue to the agenda as soon as possible. We look forward to continued dialogue and development of a program, and I thank you once again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ilya Kuzmin. Following Mr. Kuzmin will be Linda Benkin, then Corey Lesher. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, members of the council. My name is Ilya Kuzmin. I represent K-Bay Fisheries Association. In the year 2016, the DFL, which is a daily fishing logbook, was enforced for 60-foot, over 60 feet vessels. In 2017, NIMS enforcement were writing citations to multiple vessels under 60 feet, committing perjury and lawfully writing citations to vessels under 60 feet. This committed by NIMS is punishable by law. Federal Register, Volume 81, number 161, dated August 19, 2016, proposed Rule 55408, monitoring and enforcement. Under current regulations, the operator of the vessel less than 60 feet is exempt from logbook reporting. Vessels less than 60 feet in the sablefish fishery voluntarily complete and submit logbooks. There is no law or statute that requires a vessel under 60 feet to log into the DFL. On April 2022, National Marine Fisheries Service recommended for a vessel under 60 feet to require a DFL section 4.9, no, 4.9.1.1 in the IFQ omnibus amendments. There was no wording or action requiring the vessel under 60 feet to log into the DFL from the council. National Marine Fisheries Service behind closed doors on November 2022 amended the Federal Registry, Volume 87, number 225, proposed rule 71559 under section 50, CFR part 679 dated November 16, 2022. In section recording, keeping, and reporting, wording say cashier vessels less than 60 feet using long line pod gear to harvest IFQ must maintain a long line and pod gear DFL. There was only a recommendation given, not a requirement given. This was done without council's approval. In addition to the DFL logbook was to be logged within the 2-hour period, which is unethical and not even possible. A fishing vessel under 60 feet does not have personnel to have this done in this time frame. Vessels under 60 feet do not have capacity to have a huge DFL logbook on board. In addition to all this, the vessels under 60 feet having observers on board, VMS tracking and electronic monitoring, etc. Speaking of DFL, even if the vessel is not even participating in the fishery, but still has to submit as an active, which is ridiculous. And the vessels under 60 feet under current regulations are exempt from DFL logbook. There was no council approval to require vessels under 60 feet to log into the DFL. The wording in the paragraph 4, except for vessels using pod gear as described in paragraph C3(1)(IB)(1) of this section, was added without AP having discussion and without council's approval. This amendment wording that was added without knowledge of public and approval of council is not enforceable, nor is it bound to the Federal Registry, making this invalid. This amendment was done behind closed doors by National Marine Fisheries Service Enforcement Division without public and council's approval. NIMS committing perjury and making laws behind closed doors is unlawful. The wording pod gear is a broad word. Slinky pots is a different gear type, a new fishery which does not apply to the DFL logging requirements. So we ask the council to exempt small boat fleet for DFL requirements and VMS for the upcoming season. And in closing, I'd like to ask this to put this in an expedited process, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzman, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kuzman, for testifying on this and for bringing it to my attention yesterday. It wasn't an issue I was familiar with before then, and I'm still learning about it. I'm wondering whether you submitted comments to that effect on the proposed rule that you mentioned, and whether you feel like the issue that you're raising can be addressed in that context, or it requires council action.
I'm not following you. What do you mean by submit?
Sorry, you mentioned a Federal Register notice with proposed regulations on the IFQ program, the omnibus program. And so there was an opportunity for public comment there. And I'm wondering whether you submitted comments in response to that notice.
That I don't know. I have to get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzman. Can you just clarify for me the date that you mentioned, like when the rule went in place that you weren't aware of? You read it out and I missed it.
Well, the Federal Registry Volume 81, which number 161 dated August 19th, proposed rule 55408. And I guess then they really changed it into effect, on April 22, recommended for vessels under 60 feet.
April-
So big of a gap. And then they really started enforcing it because like I said, National Marine Fisheries, the enforcement is actually, running around with fines, just like giving out like candy, which is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kuzmin, obviously you're testifying that you would like the logbook not to be required anymore on the small vessels. My question is the objection based on the threat of enforcement because of the 2-hour limit? Is it because it takes too much effort to fill in every day? Or is it you don't want to share the data with the National Marine Fisheries Service?
Overall,
Could
all
you,
combined,
could you,
I'd say it's just the burden, the requirements. Even if you're not fishing for, say, 2 quarters, you still have to submit the quarterly. If you don't, you get fined, which is, it doesn't make sense. But to begin with, our fleet wants exemption. Period.
one follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Kuzmin, could you tell me how long it takes to fill out your logbook your daily logbook?
Well, honestly, I never participated in that fishery. Our fleet does. I kind of backed out of it because of this, because of some commotion I've been hearing and frustration. So I never participate. I just stick to hook and line, and which it does not require.
Further questions for Mr. Kuzmin? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A little bit slow on the draw. Mr. Kuzmin, at the end, you also mentioned exemption from VMS requirements. And as I was listening to you talk, I think basically what I was hearing about was logbook. And so why would it make sense to have the fleet exempted from VMS?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dwight, I think they're interconnected. So I don't see a reason, or I guess I just still don't understand how they're tracking it. It just doesn't make sense, because if a vessel is out there and for halibut, they're not required to do monitoring or VMS monitoring. But how do they know? Just, as an example, say when they came up with the tag requirements, that didn't make sense. Does National Marine Fisheries ever gonna go to offshore and check gear whose spots are there? That's not possible. As far as I know, it's probably never been done. And same thing for VMS. I don't know what's the purpose of this VMS tracking, especially for small boats, because it's similar fishery as hook and line, which is a slinky pot. So I don't see a point to it, but I mean, I understand from where they're trying to, I guess, put it in. But I think to our fleet, it doesn't make sense.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Kuzmin. Next up is Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. I have a few issues I want to cover. I want to mostly focus on sablefish, but just to start with, hopefully the attachment I included when I signed up for testimony is visible to you now. I just wanted to let the council and public, and particularly people participating in the council's ecosystem committee or climate change committee, know about this opportunity for public comment. I was a co-author for the Alaska chapter on the National Climate Assessment 5. The draft is out, and we'd love to see good participation from the public in getting back to the team with thoughts on that draft. Second, just quickly, we have heard a lot in Southeast Alaska about this halibut issue and what the impact is of this growing unguided or assisted unguided sector is having on people's access to fish. I think there's some ideas for simpler solutions out there that might avoid some of the roadblocks we saw with other opportunities to solve this issue. I know you guys, there's an extreme shortage of staff, but just wanted to say it's coming up and it's really increasing that concern to the people, at least in 2C. Logbooks, definitely agree with the previous speaker. The pot logbooks are extremely cumbersome and there needs to be some changes made. I'm not an expert on that topic, but I am hearing about it from a lot of people that there needs to be some changes made to that logbook to make it workable, or an exemption for the small boat fleet. Okay, moving into sablefish. I certainly agree with everything that Mr. Clampett said about the value in allowing the sablefish fleet to be releasing small sablefish that are alive. And I think Paul was referencing survival when he talked about 80 to 90% release. He said mortality, it's 80 to 90% release survival. So there's been over 50,000 tags recovered from sablefish that were hooked and released and later recaptured to suggest there's very good survival of hooked fish. I suspect the release and survival on the pot caught fish is even higher. There's been some preliminary studies to look at that that generally suggest while there is some disorientation, it's temporary and the fish recover. So we certainly support that. We understand you don't have staff time right now. We appreciate the ongoing effort by the council to find some daylight to look at that issue and support the recommendations for the AP and what should be rolled into a review of that and revisions to that initial release analysis that was brought before you before. My last piece on sablefish and my request to you under Bering Sea specs, I asked about some additional work on the sablefish harvest control rules or the spawning stock biomass metrics. That went a little sideways and got rolled into this SSC workshop in February, which is focused on the Northern Bering Sea and looking at how these big year classes are affecting the reference points and driving increases in ABCs. We think there will be some good insights for sablefish that come out of that, but our ask is both more specific and more general. And something I think you could do at this meeting, which would be to endorse the request from the sablefish stock assessment authors for their work to look at ways to stabilize the stock over time. They've proposed, page 35 of the assessment, to build a closed loop simulation model to explore some alternative spawning stock biomass metrics that might stabilize the harvest over time, get rid of the roller coaster that I talked about in my previous testimony. They're also looking at ways that could optimize size of sablefish in the harvest or maximize the economic yield from the resource, which, given that we're not moving quickly on the small sablefish release amendment, could make a really big difference. So again, this is work that will be done by the stock assessment team. It's not council staff or NOAA staff. Well, they're NOAA staff, but they have started this work. They're just looking for resources to bring in a graduate student to complete that work. What they come up with will come back to the council. You'll have a chance to look at it. The SSC will look at it. The AP will look at it. We would just request your support for that work. And thanks. I'll end there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Any questions? Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Benkin. On the last issue, do you have any sense of how to make sure that that's really a fairly robust policy science discussion? I'm sort of hearing a lot of reliance on the SSC. And maybe I missed it, and if so, I apologize.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think the intent is that this is both science and policy considerations, and that the stock assessment team has started the work. They need some resources to finish that work. There are aspects of it that would be reviewed by the SSC, certainly, but as the SSC said in their report to you, some of these aspects are policy calls by the council that the industry should also have input on. So would the industry prefer to have big fluctuations in ABC over time, the roller coaster, or would the industry prefer to take some of the big highs and the big lows out and manage for a more consistent harvest, thinking about how that affects the stock, but also thinking about how that affects the markets, the prices for sablefish? As Paul said, right now we're harvesting more sablefish for less money than we have, than we were 3 years ago. Having all these small fish on the market has really dropped the bottom out of the small fish market. So, what other ways could we manage that would maximize the economic value, maximize stability, and provide benefits to the resource and the industry? So it would come back to you. It would go through your process. I think there's room for a robust conversation, both policy and science-wise, before any changes would be made.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further questions? Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. We've talked a lot about this over the course of the week, and the way that you just worded that was very helpful. And I see how that would be beneficial to the directed fleet, but I guess I'm struggling to see how we continue to accommodate for incidental catch in other fisheries with that. And maybe that's something that you think would be fleshed out in that, but that's the piece I'm missing, if you can help me out.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, the removal now by the non-directed or the trawl sector is 23%. So I would say the tail shouldn't wag the dog, but yes, the impact on the non-directed users should also be considered, and there would be an opportunity for a discussion of that and consideration of that as this moves through the process.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Okay, next up is Corey Lesher. Following Mr. Lesher is Alexis Kwachka and then Robert Alverson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Mr. Chairman, I hear rumors that it's your birthday today. If those rumors are true, I wish you a very happy birthday. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing to you. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. Appreciate all the discussion that's come forward at this council meeting regarding some of our crab issues that have been on the agenda. I just want to recognize that the workload with staff in both time and resources, and there seem to be a lot of issues and a very constrained timeline and workload for things moving forward. So I guess I'm asking the council to continue considering the prioritization of crab. We're seeing our 3 crab stocks all at historic lows right now, and it's very concerning. And so I guess one of our specific asks is moving forward. I think the best use of the council's time and resources to really think through this and come up with strategic and streamlined approach to tackle some of these issues that we're facing with crab. And So for, as an example, I appreciate the motion that came out of crab conservation work plan. And moving forward to ask that the crab plan team review these items. To me, it seems it's a little bit open-ended to ask the crab plan team to discuss the bulleted items and maybe prioritize them. So I'm just hoping through this strategic and streamlined process that we can start identifying the best path to move forward with some of these issues that we're facing. Whether it's asking specific requests of the crab plan team to then move forward to the SSC, ultimately to come back in front of the council where we can begin taking meaningful actions. So that's all I really wanted to speak to today. If there are any questions, happy to take questions, and also just want to wish everyone happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Happy holidays. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. I think we had language in the motion regarding prioritization of the work plan items that we listed, and I believe we thought we were being responsive to requests from the public on identifying those particular issues. And I guess is your testimony mostly focused at what the next step is there, whether or not we should be directing the SSC to then look at the specific aspects of the list? Or I'm just trying to get a better understanding of exactly what we're missing if we're already kind of on the pathway of prioritizing.
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, yes, thank you for the question. I guess when I look at that bolded list of items that came through on the motion, I think that it's great to go through and prioritize those bullets. But I think the next step is going to be, how do we implement that? What areas are important to protect? I think there's a next step, and what I'm afraid of is seeing that list of priorities come back, and then another cycle being kicked down. Okay, how would we tackle this? Where do we want to implement these management actions? And so when I'm sitting here in front of you asking for this strategic and streamlined approach, to me, it's making sure that we're understanding what we're trying to accomplish and what the quickest way to get there is, and maybe going through and understanding what our top priorities is a step to that. But I think we can take it a next step further by really having specific asks of the crab plan team and the SSC to, when you're discussing these priorities and itemizing the list, is there anything else that we need to consider in those discussions, so that if this comes back around, we're ready for action. And so I'm hoping that answers some of your question there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. I think, yeah, we are hoping to get a little more clarity on exactly the pathway to streamline, I think, once we get some of that initial feedback back. So thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I hope this isn't too repetitive with Mr. Drobnica's question, but if you were to prioritize these based on some of the existing work that has already been done to kind of ground truth where we might see savings or not, or where our best efforts might be put in a limited resource environment, where would you prioritize? And the second part of my question is, there is one bullet on the top bullet on identifying areas to protect snow crab that is a little more action oriented, suggesting areas and having the plan team discussion to look at actual areas, identify those for the SSC or council that could provide savings. So I'm wondering if you agree with me that that bullet is a little more action forcing, I guess, than bullets beneath.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. I don't have the list in front of me. But just off the top of my head, I think that we understand that there are some bottlenecks, especially in recruitment for both king crab and snow crab. So I think that understanding where these bottlenecks might be coming from, if that's going to be the best way to address that, taking fishing pressure off of critical habitat, where a lot of these, the larval and the juvenile crab need habitat to grow and mature. Is it something that's out of our control, that's climate only? So I think that going through that list and coming up with priorities really depends on our understanding of each of the bulleted lists. And I think we have a pretty good understanding of that. And again, I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me to give you what my priorities would be, but I think that that's perfectly clear for the crab plan team and the SSC to weigh in. And I think the last part of that motion addresses the recommendation to start estimating impacts of unobserved mortality. And that's not a bullet, but that's its own standalone paragraph. So I think all of these things are really important to begin addressing. And I'm sorry for the confusion. I'm just hoping that there's really more clarity in the request and the ask of the crab plan team and the SSC. And maybe it's there and maybe I missed that, but we're just looking for the most streamlined approach.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
Next up is Alexis Kwachka.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. I'm a Kodiak Tanner crab permit holder, and I just wanted to bring your attention. The Kodiak's a super exclusive area, and that's through ADF&G, and I don't think it meshes well with BSAI crab fisheries. But I wanted to bring to your attention that, in Kodiak, you can't participate in another crab fishery, both with the boat and the operator in another crab fishery. And under leasing ability and the Bering Sea Tanner crab fishery, we didn't want to see double dipping or potentially triple dipping through also getting disaster relief. I just wanted to highlight that for you. These are unintended consequences of rationalization programs. Secondly, I'd like to talk about protection. As you just heard the previous testifier, I just think it's time that we fully understand observed and unobserved bycatch. I've been asking for this from this body for at least 15, 17 years, and here we are. We know less today than we did then. So I can't stress enough. I would like to see 100% observer coverage on these known areas of crab abundance. Not to smear anybody in the eye, but we haven't had bottom trawling for the last 3 years. We have the largest recruitment event or the biggest crab fishery in the state this year. That should be highlighting something. I don't care if you're in a canoe and a hand line or a big factory trawler. We should understand and tag these crabs so we know what these interactions are. Finally, I do have some problems with disaster relief. I'd like to point out that we go through boom and bust in our fishery and we don't get any relief. If there is truly a disaster and there is relief money, it should not just go to the quota holder, because skippers, crews, and communities really is where these economics fall out. And we're all going to hurt through the lack of crab and BSAIA. And so I would like to make sure that those monies really kind of fall through that strata that we have right now. And, not to poke people in the eye, BSAI Tanner crab fishermen are looking at about $12 million disaster relief from 18 fishery. I don't know if that was a disaster or not, but we really need to think about it. As we go into these quota systems, we take a public resource and we turn it into a private resource, and then we're asking the public to bail it out. I got a real problem with that. And I just like to think about it and make sure that when we do these things that the money falls through. So to recap again, love to find out how super exclusive is going to work with the Bering Sea crab fishery. Please protect our crab. I don't care if they're in the southeast, the middle of the state, or the northern part, or wherever. Let's protect them because they are really important to the economics of these communities. And finally, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Quachka. Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka, for your testimony. I was looking at your written comments as well and honing in on the ask or request for us to start considering or reconsider 100% observer coverage. And I didn't know if you had specific stat areas you were talking about that if pot or trawl gear were in, that you were recommending 100% coverage, or if it's a larger area than might be discussed in your written comments. But if you could be more specific, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, we've gone through this. We've identified the stat areas, and ADF&G staff, does abundance and sets tax every year. We understand where the crab are in Kodiak Island very well. And a couple of those areas have been identified through this process in previous motions and just have never come to fruition. And like I said, I'm not poking anybody in the eye. I think that if you're hand lining or if you're trawling or anything in between, that we should be all over doing aggressive tag studies to understand what the observed and unobserved mortality is, so we can, kind of put the stuff to rest and quit poking at each other about who's doing what. Anybody that interacts with a crab where they're known on the east side of Kodiak Island, we should really understand what those interactions are, because we're trying to feed the world and we're trying to do the best. And these single stock managements we're just kind of seem to be missing the bar, in my opinion. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Quachka.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Robert Alverson. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. All of our members have Blackcod IFQ off of Alaska. They participate either as crew or direct boat owners in the operations from Dixon Entrance all the way to the Bering Sea. We support the advisory panel's recommendation to the council on this issue. As you know, we participated with two other organizations, Deep Sea Fishermen's Union and the POD organization that Paul spoke to, in hiring Dr. Kanucky and his organization to look at the statistics and do a mathematical statistical analysis of National Marine Fisheries Juneau's data on the observer program and the status of stocks for 2020 and 2021. He gave you a report at the Sitka meeting in April on that. Some of the conclusions he came to using NMFS's database are: compared to retaining all fish greater than 45 centimeters, the yield per recruit is improved by 9% if only fish greater than 55 centimeters are retained. Additionally, compared to retaining all fish greater than 45 centimeters, the yield per recruit is improved by 13.7% if only fish 65 centimeters are retained. Put simply, given the current selectivity of the fixed gear fleet and the high survival of released fish, when handled properly, when large numbers of small recruits enter the fishery as occurred in recent years, the prohibition of discarding will result in a level of growth overfishing that could be reduced if small sablefish are discarded. Further, the relatively high survival of these discarded fish would likely result in an overall benefit to the stock. What functionally is going on with the regulation for our boats and our crews to keep all these fish? They pull up the pot 80% of the resource this year, blackcod was taken by pots, some sort of pot. And so 20% by hooks. So the crew empties this out and they've got a 1 pound, 1.5 pound, 2 pound fish. Those things are about this big around, about 18 inches long. And if you catch them on day 3 or 4 of your trip, you might be able to keep those and sell them, but they're pretty much going to degrade on a 5-day trip. So the processors tell us our boats don't bring those in, or they have to go to the bio grind them up thing, or they weigh them back and we take them back and dump them overboard. So that's your regulation right now of how we're treating these smaller fish. Pacific Council doesn't do it that way. British Columbia doesn't do it that way. The state of Alaska and Prince William Sound and Chatham Strait do not do it that way. So we support moving forward. The previous analysis did not have any of this database from the National Marine Fisheries Service in it. It was more a supposition conclusion. In fact, it wasn't even a conclusion. For instance, they suggested that maybe the fleet would only target 7 pound fish. So it wasn't a conclusion. They didn't have any database to base that back that up. And the Canucky report using National Marine Fisheries Service's own data suggests, 3 pounds, we'd go basically broke just keeping 7 pound and higher fish. So it enlightens the supposition. And then there's the supposition that this may have some deleterious effect on spawning biomass. This issue really grates with our group compared to what this council debated 2 years ago when the trawlers went over 7 million pounds. Hanselman came to this council and told the SSC that's a de minimis amount, has no impact. And indeed, he was right. 3,000 tons versus a spawning biomass of 600,000 tons. How do you even measure that? It's not measurable. So Canucky, using NMFS's own data, using a 30% mortality rate, assumes 1,100 tons of mortality. That's 2.2 million pounds. Why is our 2.2 million pounds tripping up National Marine Fisheries Service, where the 7 million pounds, according to NMFS, Sablefish team says that's de minimis? Sooner or later, that needs to be addressed. The impact of the initial review did not attempt to even look at what the mortality number was. The Canucky report enlightens. We would very much like to take Mr. Witherall up on if he has the staff time to get this partially reviewed. That would be a great step forward. We again support, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation of the advisory panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. My question to you is, I think a lot of your members are now fishing with pots and the escape ring issue, and there's some thought that maybe there's some innovation with timed that you could use some kind of a time release bait jar, or a combination of time release bait jars and the proper escape rings that would, in other words, the fleet could take care of this by themselves by further switching to pots and using some of these technologies. So I just wanted to get your thought on that. And then I've got another question, Mr. Chairman.
So through the chair, Mr. Downs, the fleet is quite innovative. And when they put in an order for, say, 100 slinky pots or rigid pots, they also put in the order of how many and what size of escape rings they want. We had one guy ask for 24 escape rings. and I don't know if they actually went through it, but we've got guys with 12 escape rings. We got people that have moved them up to the top and to the sides and on the bottom, trying to experiment with the best way and best size. And as Paul Clampett indicated, you got to be careful because the rings can start to gill some of these fish and then they just plug the thing up. The fish, I hope there's not a sablefish anti-defamation league, but these guys aren't all that bright. They don't know they're caught. They're in that pot at 300 fathoms, 500 fathoms, and their bros are next to them. They smell bait, and they don't know they're caught until that pot starts to break the surface of the, and then they start to panic, and the little ones can start to run out of them. But the fleet is doing their own attempt at this. And sometimes you get into an area where there's a school of really nice size, and sometimes you get into a school where there's a mix of small, or in the Bering Sea with that big increase and the juveniles out there, you get into an even higher percentage of juveniles in the Bering Sea. So if you can release those and they live and migrate to the Gulf of Alaska, that's a good thing. But I think the fleet is exhausting what they can do with the rings, and they're not bleeding out. They do some bleeding. There's a good in them, but they're not an absolute answer.
Mr. Dow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Alverson, and my second question. So you touched on it at the very end of your testimony. I just wanted to clarify with you that it seems to me we've got couple of choices here. One is just wait until the Alaska Fisheries Science Center has the proper staff. And I'm talking about the observer program and other things that Mr. Kurland's identified as time issues here. We could wait and get a full initial review at some time in the future, or we could receive a update on kind of where things are at in June. Sounds like those are our options, and you would prefer over those two to see an update in June. Is that right?
Through the chair, I wasn't sure of a month that Mr. Witherall talked to. I don't recall whether it was June or sometime between now and some other point, but we would like to see some sort of cursory analysis that the staff of this could do. And if that informed a more positive situation, then the council could say, yeah, this is worthy of moving forward. If it suggests something negative, then, you know, we don't want to see something wrong done to the resource. We want the best situation for the resource. So I think it would be informative to the industry and to the council whether not to move forward if the staff could. I don't know exactly what they would address, but that would be I think that would be very positive.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Next up is Bernie Burkholder.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm here today. I don't know, I've got 3 boats that participate in the halibut and black cod fishery. I'm also a board member and officer of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot, and I sit on the board of trustees for FVOA. So I've been very involved in the black cod fishery and halibut fishery, but in changing over to pots. I think I was the second or third boat that switched over to the pot gear. I think it's been a great fishery. As testified before, I think about 80% of the fish are now caught by pots. The amount of pounds of sablefish that I think we've saved from whale depredation is significant. And I guess, you know, I'm here today. This issue it's taken some time, and that sometimes happens, but I don't think there's anything more important in my mind that you could do for the fixed gear fishery than move this careful release of small sablefish forward. And it's even more important to smaller communities and small boats who can't fade the fuel and the bait and the inflation. Our boats, which are larger, we can kind of switch to more volume and fade the extra fuel cost, but it's important, this issue. I understand that staff time is limited, and I appreciate that. So whenever we can make time for this, I would appreciate moving that forward. But if there are other issues, I'm not going to sit here today and tell you how to manage your staff time. I want to point out, I guess, that the Kanaki report, it ruffled some feathers. Wasn't meant to, but it did. This report is purely, in my mind, mathematical or statistical. It's not taking new data. It's not changing mortality rates. It's just taking the data that's there and looking at what it might do to the spawning biomass. We believe that the spawning biomass will go up. It will go up significantly if we're allowed to release these fish and let them survive. Paul Clampett testified, and just to clarify, he asked me to do this. He wasn't talking about like 80 or 90% of the fish dying. He was talking about 80 or 90% of the fish living. And, you know, we have delivered live fish. I've been around, a lot of plants will take live fish where you tank them. And we don't have to study this for 3 or 4 years. 99.9%. I mean, you might have 2 or 3 fish that hit their head on a hatch or something when they're going in the hole, but there's very little dead loss with live fish. And yeah, we might want to look and see if they're disorientated or something, but when these fish hit the water, they are just like a bullet getting out of there. They're very hardy fish. I think the survivability is good. And while I appreciate the fact that we're trying to retain fish and we want the catch accounting, this is a situation with a survivability that I think we want to release, carefully release, try to maximize survivability and get these fish back in the water so that they will positively affect spawning biomass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Next up is Heather Bauscher, then Heather McCarty, and then last up will be Kurt Whitehead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Kenny and members of the council. The Sitka Advisory Committee is a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fisheries and wildlife interests in the Sitka area. We are made of a diverse collection of stakeholders, including sport, commercial, and subsistence users, and the health of our Sitka community is directly connected to the health of our salmon runs, halibut, sablefish stocks, and our fisheries resources as a whole. I certainly want to acknowledge that there is already quite a lot on your plate and quite a lot on the table. Issues like the crab and salmon crises are a priority without question. And also, I really want to say thank you to each of you for your public service in these seats and taking on this responsibility. I cannot imagine what it must be like for you right now, and I appreciate you all for serving in this way. What I'm about to speak to is a much less pressing issue, but one that keeps coming up in meetings and all of the various forums of fisheries and wildlife management processes across the Southeast region, and one that my committee members continue to be committed to finding some sort of solution to. At a recent meeting on November 30th, 2022, we had a discussion about our efforts to address the halibut removals of the unguided rental boat industry. The Sitka Fish and Game Advisory submitted 2 proposals concerning halibut to a recent Southeast Alaska Board of Fisheries meeting early this year. One was to require log keeping to document all halibut caught by non-resident anglers fishing from unguided rental vessels. The other proposal was to require these anglers to follow the same halibut bag limits as guided anglers. In the second proposal, we also urged the Board of Fisheries to engage with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council on this issue in the event they would choose not to approve the overall proposal. neither proposal was adopted. The Sitka AC would still like the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to address the issue of the amount of halibut taken from near rural communities in Southeast Alaska by this group of anglers, and to take steps as needed to protect this valuable resource that is so important to the residents of Southeast Alaska. So this is a thing that keeps coming up. I know there are much more pressing issues that require attention right now, but it continues to be a subject of concern in Sitka and throughout Southeast. I've heard about it for years at the Southeast Subsistence RAC meetings as well. I do not speak for them, of course, but I can speak to some of the things that I've heard at those meetings. So for more than 5 years, this has been coming up at the RAC. We have continuously heard about this from folks, particularly in Gustavus, Elfin Cove, Port Protection, among others. When I spoke initially on this at the AP level, when I said that there is no data on that, that was an incorrect statement. The estimates, I believe, are coming from the state creel surveys and maybe the state harvest reports. But in regards to the data in the state creel survey, the cuts in the state budget and general funding cuts over the years have been considerable. So they are no longer getting techs out on the docks in all of these places, or certainly not as much as they may be used to. And even if they do get out there, I imagine it's not a long visit. So essentially, much of this take of fish is not being accounted for sufficiently in that data set. We believe there is a need to have more accountability and monitoring of the removal of this halibut. Believe there should be alignment and regulations across guided and non-guided sectors to discourage exploitation of the difference in the bag limits there. And as we go into treaty negotiations on halibut, we absolutely should be accounting for every fish that is taken. This is a growing industry. Operations like this are increasing, and participation of non-resident sport anglers is growing. It's also impacting Chinook too, really, and would be nice to have more data on that as well. These concerns are not going away, and the issue continues to be raised in all of these forums, and many attempts have been made to address this without any forward progress. So the Sitka AC also wrote 2 proposals, as I mentioned before. A member of our committee also presented to the Halibut Committee the other day. He was the author of those. The Southeast RAC to the Federal Subsistence Board has been trying to address this. They have submitted various proposals to the Board of Fish, I think at least over 4 times over the years. And this topic was also taken up at the council level 3 years ago in 2019, I believe, but that resulted in non-action. To circle back to Sitka and our specific community concerns, I mentioned the LAMP, which is our local area management plan. That was established more than 20 years ago to protect local access to the resource. There are strict regulations regarding that zone. Commercial and charter take from that area is not allowed, neither in summer months, although there is some allowance in the shoulder season in which boats under 300 feet are allowed with a 2,000-pound limit. And other sectors can fish other species in that area, but they cannot take halibut. The process it took to get the LAMP created was pretty grueling. I have listened to my mentors on our committee tell me the stories of those efforts and all the folks that were involved. The creation of the LAMP required a bunch of negotiating across all of the user groups, but this was before the unguided rental boats became a thing. So because the sector is not regulated in the same way as the charter industry, they're still able to remove fish from that area. And our advisory committee is concerned that allowing this growing sector to take halibut in this area is not alignment with regulations of other similar sectors, and in that way directly undermines all of that work to establish the LAMP those years ago. So we're open to a variety of ways of looking at this or addressing these concerns. You can see that across all those proposals, there's been attempts to use different mechanisms or tools to get at this. And I want to be clear that this is by no means an act of aggression towards operators in this sector. This is just an attempt to get some better accountability of the removals of fish associated with unguided sport anglers and seek alignment and regulations to discourage exploitation of the difference in the bag limits. So we can get greater accountability sooner rather than later. One other comment before I close. I wanted to say I appreciate what Mr. Mesereau said about public engagement with the process in relation to expectations of the public coming off of the salmon conversation. And I agree, and I think that there is work to be done there. As a person that's fairly new to this process and involved in outreach and having more experience with Board of Fish and the Federal Subsistence Board process, I think people expect to see something move from conception to action in one meeting. And I've realized that that's not really how it works in this model. It's very different. You're moving from stages or steps. So I don't know if there's resources that could be put more towards public engagement, like more education or community workshops or support for university courses or practicum classes, like what is done with some of the other ones. But I think that might help over time. Sorry. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Betcher, particularly about the rental boats. And we also got testimony from another Seward RAC member at the Charter Committee with the same issue. And I have two questions for you. I guess one of them is, have you reviewed the two documents that the council created regarding unguided rental boats that have occurred in the last few years?
I am sorry to say I have not, and I didn't have that fully on my radar until I got to the AP meetings a few days ago.
Through the chair, thank you. I guess my other question for you, Ms. Boucher, would, if I make those available to you, we can both review them and see if there's any way that there's a path forward for this council to consider this in the future. Like you said, we have huge issues in front of us now that are affecting people's ability to feed themselves and stay in business. And so I think that a workable solution, and I'm willing to do that, is I'll pull them out and we can both review them and then maybe see if there's something we missed or a path forward within this organization or another one that we can address this issue.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. I appreciate that. I think looking at those documents as well as all the various other proposals that have been put forth in different ways to try and get at this would be a good thing. And I absolutely hear you on all of these other issues. And we, of course, recognize that those things take priority, but we just didn't want this to get lost in the sauce and wanted to try and get it into the batter's box. Is that what you call it?
That is what we call it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bosher. I'm thinking about the last point you made regarding helping stakeholders become more familiar with how this process operates. And along those lines, I don't know whether you're aware of an East Coast program that has actually also been picked up on the West Coast, on the lower 48, called the Marine Resources Education Program, or also known as MREP. But the question is, are you aware that MREP is planning to hold its first sort of Alaska workshop to help, and the function of it is precisely to answer the need that you identified. Are you aware that they're planning on doing that April 17th through the 21st of next year in Juneau?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair. And yes, I'm really glad that you brought that up. I just learned about that. I was excited to hear about it. I even submitted my name as a person who'd be interested in taking that class. And I think those sort of things are what we need more of to allow more members of the public to be able to effectively navigate these spaces and help all of this to function more like it's intended to. And I think things like that, or even support of like some of the university classes. I know here at UAS and Southeast, the Fish Tech program is starting to build classes around all of these regulatory processes. I help as an adjunct professor teach the Federal Subsistence Board process. And I think more investment and more opportunities like that for adults and high school students would be good. So thanks. I'm really glad that exists too.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Boucher, for your testimony. Early on in your testimony, you mentioned something about bringing forth to the Board of Fish request to have a better record keeping of fish caught by non-guided rental boats. Am I correct in that? Did the AC bring something forward to us at the last Southeast Alaska meeting?
Yes, Mr. Jensen, through the chair. Yes, we did. We brought that logbook proposal and the one about aligning the regs between guided and unguided. Or resident and non-resident bag limits.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if you remember the answer you got from the enhanced logbook was, the fact is that the Board of Fish cannot direct the department to spend more money than they already are on a research project. And the other part of the answer, I believe, was that they're quite happy with the statewide harvest survey on the information they're getting. But yeah, that's one thing we can't do on the Board of Fish is require the department to spend money. So I just wanted to remind you of that answer. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. See if there's any questions.
And thank you for that question through the chair, Mr. Jensen. I am aware of that, and I do agree. I do understand that, but I also think that with the budget cuts, not having the techs and the docks in places like Elfin Cove or Port Protection, that data isn't being captured. And I don't know exactly what the solution is, but we're going to keep bringing this up in various forums because we're interested in finding some way to address this.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Boucher.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Heather McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Heather McCarty. You hearing me okay?
We do. Good
Thank
morning.
you. Thank you. I will tell you up front and apologize. The internet service is pretty spotty in Juneau right now. So if I go in and out, that's why. So Heather McCarty, representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I just have a couple of comments. One, thank you so much for including Area 4 vessel cap initial and final review on your February agenda. Attention to crab issues at this meeting. Regarding the list of items for the crab plan team to discuss and review that were in your motion, just in reference to a previous discussion during staff tasking, I guess we assumed that any CPT recommendations would go to the SSC as well as to the council, even though that's not explicit in the motion. So that's the assumption that we're making. If there are any concrete recommendations, they will go to both bodies. That the 2023 crab program review is not yet scheduled at the next 3 meetings. As we mentioned in previous testimony, it would be helpful, not just to us, but to others, I think, in the crab program to know a little bit more council before you go home for Christmas. Maybe have a little bit of a discussion about what the intent is there so that we can kind of proceed knowing that. And then finally, I really appreciate your sensitive and good work on these difficult issues that you're facing. And I hope that you and your families have a good holiday rest and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. You did break up a couple of times, but I think we got the gist of what you're saying, but I'll see if any council members have questions. Ms. Kimball.
I have a quick one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McCarty. On the crab review, was your testimony that we provide notice of when that might fall on the agenda, or were you importing some kind of priority to that review? I didn't quite hear that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. Just that it would be helpful if the council or council staff could give the industry some notice, I suppose, as to how you're going to deal with that in 2023, or if you're going to deal with it in 2023. I think, as I said in testimony on another subject, many of the members of the crab industry have assumed that that review would bring out some of the issues that have been talked about at both, SSC, the AP, and the council at declines. So are we going to talk about that in 2023 or not? And if so, when?
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. McCarty.
Thank you.
Last up is Kurt Whitehead.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Kurt Whitehead. I'm a year-round resident of Kloak, Alaska. My wife and I operate a small hunting and charter fishing lodge here in Kloak. I'm a member of the Kloak Advisory Council, the Craig Advisory Council, and the East POW Advisory Council. I'm testifying today on behalf of the East POW AC about the growing unguided rental boat fleet in Southeast Alaska. Due to the disparity in the non-resident halibut regulations between the guided and unguided fleet, it has created a growing demand and allows the unguided anglers to retain 2 halibut of any size, while the guided charter anglers' bag limit is much more restrictive. At the last several meetings, Board of Fish meetings, the East POW AC has discussed this growing problem that also attracts seasonal residents who, in our opinion, are not true residents. Several of the past proposals addressing these issues recently failed at the Board of Fish meetings. The East POW AC would still like this board to address the issue of the amount of halibut taken from our rural communities in Southeast Alaska by both the unguided non-resident fleet and the seasonal residents fishing under a subsistence shark card. We ask that you take steps to protect our halibut stocks. Aligning the regulations between the guided and unguided non-residents would be a good fix to this issue. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again. So the one person we missed during testimony is Michael Offerman. Are you available to provide comment? Okay. Ms. Hillary's see online? No, okay. All right, that will conclude public comment. Let's see. It's 11:53. I think we might have some interest in continuing to move forward into action. Not sure how long that would take, but look to council members, see if you'd like to keep moving. Okay, anyone? All right. With that, council members, any action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have a motion and I apologize. I just wanted to pick up on the advisory panel recommendation for the council to prioritize the crab sea share recent participation analysis. I appreciated Mr. Witherell answering my question in terms of if the council prioritized that, that staff could be available to potentially provide that initial review draft in April or June. Looking at our April meeting, seems like perhaps June might be a better fit for that. But I guess I'm just, I don't know what prioritizing means in terms of what might have to get dropped, but I guess I would say if there are staff available to work on that analysis, I do consider that analysis similar to several of the IFQ emergency rule and follow-up program actions that this council recommended in order to address severe challenges to fisheries operations during COVID. And so I would just highlight my interest, if at all possible, that staff be prioritized to work on that analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any feedback from other council members? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually have kind of a dumb question about that one. And if we don't act and we don't provide that, the existing investment the crew has made in those sea shares is essentially forfeited. Is that correct? I mean, their individual investments are at risk if we don't act. Am I right about that?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will speak in general terms because there are a couple different groups of quota shareholders that are affected by this action. And there are two different types of actions under the current regulations in terms of there's sort of a preliminary step by which if there's not recent participation in a certain number of years, IFQ is withheld. And then for a different, I think, group of quota shareholders, there's another step where the quota actually would be revoked. And my understanding is we are getting to the point where some quota revocation might take place without fairly swift action.
Thank you. I mean, to me, that just speaks to prioritization. The idea that by not acting, we would allow people to lose their investments just seems unthinkable to me, so.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Other council members?
Just quickly, I support the comments from Ms. Baker and the prioritization that she's outlined. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, council members, anything further? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few things just very quickly on the public comment we heard on the pot cod rationalization. I don't want to move into that to more than just to comment that I believe that if we're serious about reducing crab bycatch in the Bering Sea, this is something that the council's not going to be able to avoid. I know we're busy, and I just ask council members to think about between that and in our February meeting, and we'll have hopefully more testimony, and I'll comment more on that and have discussions with individual council members between now and February. But it's something that's languished for a long time, and I have identified that myself as something that would go a long ways towards doing something about the crab bycatch issue. Secondly, on the small sablefish release, I just wanted to maybe get, as Ms. Baker, I don't have a motion on this, but it's my intention with the concurrence of other council members that are in general, that Mr. Witherall would move forward with giving us an update at the June meeting and moving that small sablefish release. And I know that it was articulated in public comments as kind of a partial initial review or that kind of thing. And my intention here is an update. I think would be the proper term to use that we will get an update from Mr. Witherall. He'll use the staff resources that he said in the way that he outlined, and with any cooperation that is available, and it's not cooperation, that with time available from the Science Center and other folks to give us an update on what we're really looking at, the obstacles there. And then thirdly and lastly, I have a motion that I have moved forward. I have sent off to Ms. LaBelle. If she can get that up on the screen there, that would be great. And just give me a minute to get it up on my own screen as well. The council supports the statistical and economic analysis identified on page 18 of the SSC report by Alaska Fisheries Science Center that could be relevant to TAC, but not ABC or OFL considerations. Parenthetically, i.e. maximum sustainable yield versus maximum economic yield reference points, the relative value of stable versus variable catch levels, the economic impact of spatial apportionments, and economically optimal fish size age considerations. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the second. I just want to come back and tie this in with the conversation that we had on the harvest control rule discussion. We took care of that under just discussions with Dr. Stram. I don't think there's anything more in that. So this is the coming back and kind of tying in the further suggestions by the SSC that this is something that we would like to look at with sablefish in mind. Particularly, this is from the sablefish section of the SSC report, and that with a stock like sablefish, where we're seeing these high variable ups and downs, and we were receiving a lot of public testimony on the need to maybe have the ability to stabilize some of these taxes. We're seeing these great rises in all of these year classes on small sablefish. I note that we've got these your classes, that were, I believe, 2,000. We've got we're going to expect a lot more of these, large ABCs, I should say. This is not an ABC or OFL issue, it's a TAC issue. And that we may want some stabilization. I think this would take some resources. To be fair, this would perhaps economic analysis or would take some time from, and an economist and the stock assessment people, as so it's just highlighting the desire of the SFC to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any questions on Mr. Down's motion, Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for your motion. I guess I just wanted to clarify, you referenced page 18 and said that was in the Sablefish section. And is it your intention that this is only directed at Sablefish, or are you looking at that discussion to be broader than that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I really appreciate that question because this is Sablefish only. Certainly, we don't want this to spill over and start looking at every other stock of that people may have a concern of. This is my intention is that this would focus on the current issue that we do have with Sablefish. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Following up on that, though, I thought I heard in the SSC's discussion on this, their thought that Sablefish would be a great case study, but I think they also, at least if I heard them correctly, they suggested that Pollock might be another very good case study. And I would give us contrasting case studies or two different examples, which I think would make a richer sort of basis for discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think you're perhaps confusing the harvest control rule, which is where they suggested that Sablefish might be a species, and along with other species that they'd mentioned in the harvest control, which we've already taken care of in previous discussions. So thank you for the question and allowing me to clarify that.
Thank you for correcting me.
Ms. Kimball.
I have an amendment when it's time. Sorry, jumped ahead.
Ms. Vanderhoven, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. I was trying to find it in the SSC minutes and not finding it quickly enough. Reading your motion, it wasn't clear to me who would be doing this work. We've got the ongoing discussion about staffing, resource availability, and I'm not clear who you anticipate or who the SSC said would do this work.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was specific in the motion that this would be Alaska Fisheries Science Center. It's noted in the motion that they would do the work. So what the real outcome of this is to send a signal to Dr. Foy and the folks at Alaska Fisheries Science Center that this was a priority. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Amendments, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down spoke to it, but I offer an amendment that would insert the words "for Sablefish," and they would be inserted after the word "analyses" in the first sentence.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball?
I think our previous discussion explained why that might be necessary. It's embedded in the SSC minutes in that section, but the motion wasn't specific. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions or amendments to the amendment or comments or opposition? Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further amendments? Okay, comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Down. I'll be supporting the motion. I did appreciate how you spoke to it. This was the SSC noting for us that there may be statistical and economic analyses that would be worth considering, specifically for sablefish relevant to TAC considerations for the reasons you put on the record. So not something we have to do, not something that's as quite as strong as an SSC recommendation, but certainly highlighting that this tool might be worth exploring. And given that it probably requires some council interest in that to have the Science Center put staff toward that, this seems like an appropriate motion to do that. Thank you.
Further comments? Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down. Anything further? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of different, I think, relatively small items. The first one goes all the way back to the enforcement report that we got on the first day of the meeting under B reports, and at least it struck me that the I didn't understand how it was that fines were levied and settlements were accepted across the range of different violations. So, for instance, it struck me that an ultimate settlement for $21,600 for sexual assault, sexual harassment. I didn't understand the contrast between that and, say, settlement of a case for operating without VMS and without complying with VMS requirements that was settled for several thousand more. And similarly, another case where the settlement was for 32 grand for fishing for peacock and within a stellar sea land protection area. And it got me curious about how it is that what there is in the structure for levying fines that maybe reflects the severity of the issue. And certainly this council takes harassment of observers and particularly assault very seriously. We believe strongly in providing a safe working environment and backing that up with enforcement and violations. So I wondered if it would be possible for the council to request NOAA GC to work with OLE to maybe come back with just an explanation of how that the structure works for assessing penalties for violations and sort of guidelines for settlement as well, with an eye towards addressing some of the potential differences between some of the violations, and in particular giving us a sense of, are these penalties for sexual assault, sexual harassment stiff enough to really act as a deterrent? I was wondering if we could just request a report like that to come back at a future meeting. I would suggest, sometime in the next few meeting cycle. Thought I'd throw that out there and see if other council members thought that was worth a discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Maybe the agency's thinking about a response, but I think we did get a response from enforcement, and we do have a full enforcement report through our annual observer report in June. So if there's additional information to be said about penalties that I don't think this council controls at all, maybe that's the appropriate time to include that new explanation or information at the June meeting. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
My memory of the enforcement response was in part, we should probably talk to NOAA GC about that. So, but certainly wrapping it into the June report makes some sense to me, but I'm interested in what the agency's thoughts are as well.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for bringing it up. I know this occasionally causes some head scratching from people. So let me just say this. We can go back and have a conversation about it and figure out the best way to engage the council in explaining how that process works, and whether that would be a written report or folded into future enforcement report for the council.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Kurland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would certainly appreciate that, and I agree with Ms. Kimball's suggestion. Second sort of item that's come up fairly regularly throughout under a couple different agenda items has been the issue of levels of releases of hatchery, chum, and to a lesser extent, pink, into the Bering Sea from the countries surrounding the Bering Sea, but particularly from the Western Pacific. And I'm just wondering if we could at some point request from either on the diplomatic end or request from state an assessment of whether this is the kind of issue that could be brought up at North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, but also request from both the state of Alaska and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, maybe for some summary of the current state of the science regarding carrying capacity issues as regards hatchery salmon in the Bering Sea in particular, which would be a longer term, probably larger sort of thing. I'm just those struck me as two mechanisms for continuing to keep the conversation going about this and ultimately potentially leading towards the council taking maybe expressing some sort of opinion. I get we don't manage salmon, but from an ecosystem-based perspective, salmon are clearly a very large part of the biomass in the ecosystem of the Bering Sea. And I think it behooves us to have a better understanding of what it means both for the health of the ecosystem as well as for the stocks that we do manage, the species we do manage. So again, throwing both those out for council discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I just wanted to add support to the discussion Mr. Downs had regarding the small sablefish release issue. And I appreciate Mr. Witherall providing some offer or opportunity to help us at least move a little bit further along with that proposal. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on Mr. Twite's second issue, I guess I'm just trying to remember where we have been. I feel like in maybe October of 2021, we did write a letter to the Department of State, sort of requesting some information about salmon management and harvest, but that was just Russia. And so I think the distinction with this suggestion you're making, and it's slightly different. I think you're requesting we communicate with the Department of State in terms of whether the hatchery release issue rises to the level to be discussed at the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission. I don't, so if I understand that correctly, I do not participate in that process. And so I'm a little uncertain. Are you asking for a little exploration of that, or are you requesting that we write a letter at this particular meeting and task that?
Thanks, Ms. Baker. It seems to me that feasibility is still kind of the step we're in right now. Finding out would it be worthwhile? Is that the right venue? And then, the other question is it even really, does our science indicate it's enough of a concern to even be doing that is the second part of that question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Twite. And so, right, for both of those issues related to salmon hatchery releases, we didn't have a chance to talk about this. And so I appreciate you bringing them up. And I don't have anything really to offer right now other than certainly willing to talk with you more about that and perhaps help with the feasibility of looking into that a little bit more.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, it strikes me that the issue that you're getting at is more of a scientific exploration of to what extent should we be concerned about effects on the prey base or other ecosystem dynamics to help inform whether we might want to advocate for any type of action through an adverse fish commission or other steps. Is that a fair assessment of what you're getting at, Mr. Twite?
Partially, clearly clearing our throats about this issue without significant scientific support, it would be not worth much, but equally also just finding out if our voice would matter much at NPFMC before we really dive into the science part, finding out as well whether whether the US delegation to the NPFMC thinks this is something that's even productively raised. If they tell us, not likely to go anywhere, then it may not be worth putting much time or effort into it either. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wonder if this might lend itself to more informal exploration with the U.S. delegation to explore that.
I think so. I'm not sure if there's anything planned in the near future in terms of the U.S. delegation. I'm not, and I'm not even positive who's leading right now. I know Mr. Meekum had been leading, and of course he's transitioning, and we'll miss him in that position. And you may not have had the opportunity to think much about you. I suppose it's mostly a question for headquarters as well as you may not have had a chance to designate a replacement yet either. So maybe just put that on the docket as a discussion to have after a lead has been identified. Is that one option? Mr. Chair, that seems appropriate to me, and I'd appreciate that.
Sounds like a good plan. One more.
I do. This regards the ecosystem committee. And again, going back to some discussion in the B reports, in particular regarding some of individual council members' observations after the CMOD session back in Denver, that council member ongoing development, that focused on, among other things, implementing ecosystem-based fishery management. Ms. Evans in particular sort of did a good job of compiling the list of issues that some of the council members who were in attendance thought would be worth following up on further. And I think my suggestion is that maybe we ask the ecosystem committee to discuss some of those and some, as well as some information on the tools that other regions are using, and give us a sense of whether there might be some application of those products for use in the North Pacific. Those examples include the Mid-Atlantic Council's risk assessment and fishery performance reports. Several regions have some different conceptual models for how EBFM is going to work, and some different ways of displaying the ecosystem connections. And my thought is that if we task this to the ecosystem committee, potentially not at the upcoming meeting in January, but potentially at another meeting, maybe in April or something, that the committee could come back then to the council with some thoughts about here's some concepts that may be worth following up on further, and also suggestion in some cases would be relevant as well to how information gets brought to us by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center leads on the ecosystem status reports, as well as their leads on their ecosystem modeling.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Mr. Twite, what ecosystem committee meeting were you tagging that review with? I'm just curious because it may help to give, if there's a little time between this meeting and the next council meeting without the ecosystem committee bringing that up, it might give council members some time to get more familiar with those tools before we task the committee to look at them. I feel a little bit like I'm flying blind on that recommendation today.
So we haven't scheduled one after the January meeting. The January meeting agenda is pretty full, so I'm not suggesting it for that. But as we've scoped it out, it's likely that we would hold one in April, and that would be a good candidate for an April meeting.
Thank you for that response through the chair. Then if that sounds okay to you, giving council members a little time to look at what you're talking about before giving it a nod, if that's acceptable, can we do that between now and February as council members?
Sure. Just, we'll have to work with staff to make sure it doesn't sort of fall off the February checklist, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other council members? Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have something that may be a little bit of an odd fit for staff tasking, but this is an update on the sanctuary roundtable forum we discussed earlier, if that's appropriate now.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you. So this came up under B reports regarding an upcoming roundtable on the Pribilof Islands National Marine Sanctuary nominations. There was a roundtable to be hosted by NOAA January 30th. We heard from Dr. Devine that it would actually be the Aleut community of St. Paul that would be leading that. I understand plans have changed somewhat in the last day or two. And I understand now that the January 30 event will only involve the nominators and not NOAA. And I'm told that the National Ocean Service is interested in holding an event related to the sanctuary nominations in conjunction with the council's April meeting. And I really don't have any more information than that. I'm just the messenger, but there's a bit of an evolution there in plans. So just want to make that clear for council members and for the public.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Kurland, for bringing that forward. I'm a little flabbergasted because it seemed to me that the genesis of this was, and I'm not directing this at you, Mr. Kurland, please, but it seemed to me that the genesis of that workshop was a congressional request, which I really don't know a lot about, but equally it was a request that several representatives of this council made informally to some staff from the sanctuary program when the CCC met back in DC just recently, and their request was basically, look, we still don't really understand your process well. Can you please schedule some time for a public meeting to explain just the nomination process? Not, I mean, it certainly helps to do it in respect for this particular nomination, but just sort of a programmatic from the agency explanation of what the process is. And I don't believe that the candidates are in this, the proponents of this particular sanctuary are in any better position to explain the current process than I am, and I'm not in a good position. It still seems sort of murky to me. So I'm wondering if the council should at this point make a more formal request to the sanctuary program for outreach that is specifically designed to ensure that the council and the public who are tracking this understand what the sanctuary nomination process is. Because it looks to me like our informal request, and we thought our informal understanding got lost in the back and forth about how to schedule it and who to host and everything else. So I'm again just throwing that out for other council members' consideration.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that is what the National Ocean Service has in mind for April, and I'm not familiar with exactly why this has evolved the way it had, but I gather that the intent is for there to be a bit of a distinction here, so that the January event would be for the nominators to be able to describe their intent and engage in some dialogue with stakeholders about that, and then the April meeting would be more a National Ocean Service led effort to get at what you're raising, Mr. Twite. That's my very limited understanding.
Mr. Twite.
Which makes sense. But what I'm trying to remember, I mean, that would work, but I'm not sure it works in terms of timing. Isn't because the process is underway. Is there a timing clock? Will April be sufficient time in the process? And I don't know that we can answer that even at this meeting, but if, does it work with the timing, or does it put us a bit in a bind?
Mr. Chair, I think it does work with the timing. My understanding is there is no clock in the National Ocean Service's consideration of whether to move a nomination from its inventory to the designation process. And that's why the St. George nomination has been on the inventory for a number of years. There's supposed to be a review every 5 years. Apparently some nominations stay on that inventory for a long time without the designation process being triggered. So if folks are concerned that the train is moving and this wouldn't give opportunity to understand how that process will work before something happens, I don't think that's the case.
Then maybe a letter from the council to the program, basically saying that we understand there's some interest in conducting this alongside the council meeting in April. We think that makes sense for stakeholders, and offering to provide some assistance, but also noting that just a concern that that's still several months away, and indicating our interest that nothing happened relative to the any periods of public comment or anything else prior to that, or something along those lines, basically just saying we hope the information will be timely and useful.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure we need a formal letter. We've already laid out all the questions we have for them on the process that they've told us that they really can't answer. So John, Mr. Carlin and I speak with the NOS folks fairly regularly, and we can convey the interest of the council in having that outreach event in conjunction with the April meeting. I'm not sure we need a formal letter, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Other council members? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further? With that, we'll go ahead and, oh, sorry, Mr. Go ahead and post some announcements here with respect to appointments. So the council has revised its advisory panel appointment policy to allow appointment of new members to a one-year orientation term that, if subsequently extended by 2 years, would constitute a full three-year term for purposes of term limits. The following members of the advisory panel have been reappointed for 3-year terms: Julie Kavanaugh, Heather Mann, Patrick O'Donnell. The following members of the advisory panel have been reappointed for 2-year terms, which in combination with last year's 1-year terms will constitute a full 3-year term. That's Tamara Berge, Brett R. Goodmanson, Tim Huker, Lauren Mitchell, Brian Ritchie, Paul Wilkins, and Susie Zagorski. And finally, for 1-year orientation terms, the council's appointed Jesse Edson, Rick Leitinen, Landry Price, and Chelsea Riddell. We also have a list there of the full AP for 2023. Regarding the SSC, all current members of the SSC have been reappointed for next year, with the exception of Dr. George Hunt, who is stepping down. Dr. Martin Dorn, Dr. Michael Jepson, and Dr. Robert Surian have been newly appointed for 2023. And also here we have a list of the full SSC for 2023. And finally, under committees and plan teams, the council appointed Dr. Skylar Baer to the Scallop Plan Team, and then also reappointed all the previous members of PNCAC for 2023 and 2024. And just a reminder for folks that in February, we will be selecting an AP member, a tribal representative to the AP as well. With that, Mr. Miserum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were almost done, weren't we? I just wanted to remind you about the desire to solicit a seat on the Halibut Committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miserum. See Mr. Witherell taking notes. Anything else? Oh. Thank you, everybody. Happy holidays. See you in February.